And yeah, let's do that one. Why is Trovo not working? Well, I don't care about Trovo. Just going live on 3 channels this time. And all my layouts are wrong, but that's okay. Let's go to content focus. No, yeah, let's try content focus. Wah, wah. Basically stability testing. Let's boot up the game. Booting up the game. My audio sources keep disappearing because I keep forgetting to set it. Should I play games? I'll change my category. I'll change it on Twitch at least. Hello, hello, Stream Manager. Let's play some Hard Space, and let's do No Revival. Do I have tags for that? What if I turn on my background removal? Yeah, it's not bad. Oops. I keep disabling my audio sources accidentally. Well, that's better. My chat should be over here. Do I want a background? No. Maybe. I think I want a better background. All right. Testing 1, 2. Yeah, that'll work. What is entomotarian? Entomotarian. Someone has a plant-based diet but also eats insects. All right, there we go. Eat the bugs. Yeah. Sign everything. Skip training. Done. There's multiple songs happening. That's no good.
I pray to the stars and heaven above to return my daddy to those he loves. If there comes a time when he and death meet, bless the next cutter that takes his seat.
See, this, I guess this could be efficient, but it's not how I usually play the game. It's expensive to chain together that many things. Maybe it's not that expensive. All right. Where's my... There it is. Why is my background not showing?
Will now begin. Please observe this important message. Space. Boundless promise. Limitless resources. A brighter future. It's here where hard workers like you, the backbone of civilization, will help us pave the way to the galaxy. I'm Calicia Rai Paulson, president of Lynx Corporation's Salvage Division. When my great-great-grandfather Exeter founded Lynx, he foresaw a remarkable opportunity among the stars. His vision eventually brought us the Railgate. Now spanning all the way to Jupiter, these are the veins connecting all of modern civilization. And the people flowing through them are its lifeblood. The Railgates reinvigorated humanity and are key to our continued progress. You've been selected from amongst thousands of candidates to join the Lynx family. This is more than just a job. It's an opportunity to be part of the largest, most successful, and most pioneering company in human history. Your dream may be to forge your own destiny one day. Well, work hard, heed your superiors, believe in the Lynx vision. Do this, and you too will get your chance. Your first step is to join our EverWork program, the greatest gift we give our employees, turning death into an
Oh, that's
ongoing
flashy. I don't
opportunity
like that.
for learning and growth. With Lynx, death is a fresh start. Good luck.
Death is a fresh start. Uh-oh. I sense plot.
Video observation complete. To finalize onboarding, your genetic sequence will now be extracted for use with the Lynx EverWork Asset Replacement Program. Don't
Uh-oh.
worry, pain levels during extraction are largely tolerable.
Tolerable?
Please note, as outlined in Section 31 of your employment agreement, the process of genetic extraction will destroy your original body.
Wait. Destroying my original body?
Now.
Uh-oh. It's the future.
Extraction analysis and backup.
That's too flashy, too.
Thank you. Beginning spare generation.
Maybe I'm just, not... Oof. That's better. Okay, I'm gonna check the audio balance on my stream now. Check. Okay. Sorry, I keep having to... This game is full screen and it captures my cursor, so...
Good morning, Cutter 9346-52. Today's weather report, clear and sunny, with a high
No
of
revives.
170 degrees.
Let's put that in the title. I need a title. How do I flip my picture without stream effects? Well, I'm going to have to figure that out later. So in the meantime, I'm going to put my face on the right. And I'm going to put the chat on the left. And I'm going to put the logo on the left. Should I talk to Zach on stream? I'll just be in chat. Yeah, I need to clean my office today.
Hey, Cutter. Welcome aboard. The name's Weaver. I'm the foreman.
Blah, blah, blah. Let's start the shift.
Other shipbreakers in this region. Now, welcome to your new home. There's everything you need. This is officially called a ready-made long-term...
To rush my progression, I guess.
Around here, we just call it your hab. All right, let's start a new shift and pick your first shift to work on.
What do I want to min-max here? They're all the same points, so I really just want the simplest. This one looks good. I should use my touch screen in order to break out of the Okay, first ship. Seems a little sluggish. Let me close my other game. I might need to kill the viz that I have going on in the background here. If it's still
Now try to remember, nanocarbon goes in the processor.
the game's capturing at a good speed.
Try to salvage the entire ship if you can. We call it
Okay.
using the whole buffalo. You'll hit your search faster that way and start knocking out that debt of yours. Okay. Your primary goal is to get to the next rank. Good luck out there, Cutter. We were out.
Oh, starting out grapple's really weak. Is there a thruster? There is a thruster.
Secured. Account credit applied.
Oh, it's just a thruster housing. Okay, where is the airlock? Oh, it doesn't matter. I already blew the integrity of the system anyways. Do I need to cut this? I don't think I do.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
I don't know why I like to hit both of these. I don't think I need to at this level especially. You be careful not to kill that. Because we are no revives. Oh. Missed that one. Do not spark the tank. Do not fly off into space. I think this OBS 28.1 is pretty efficient. It is working nicely.
Processing object.
Also, I upped my memory speed. I was at base, was it 2.133? And I think that was actually holding back my PC quite a bit. Let's be quick about it.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
We are doing manual labor in the future here. And I was gonna rant about eco-modernism, basically because of, you know, idiot degrowthers. They like to, you know, bad faith just describe everything that's good as degrowth and everything bad as eco-modernism. So literally, if you hate something, it's eco-modern, and if something's good, then it's rational degrowth. That's the position. And you literally can't, you know, can't have any other solution.
Object processed. Transferring credits. Salvage goal obtained. Additional rewards assigned.
Let's see. Oh wait, this is all going in the processor. Oh, except for that. And what's that? What did I...
Salvage
Oh.
deposited. Applying credit to account.
That was a mistake. Good. Fixed. And can I
Object processed.
move this without a... Yes, I can move it. Anything else interesting on there? Nope. This game has a pretty cool plot. Oh yeah, I was going to set a title.
Cutter, make your way back to the kiosk on the starting platform to fill up
Is
your
my
own
oxygen running out?
Blue
Jeez,
ain't your
I bet I'm gonna have to pay for that.
Trust me on this one. We were out.
Let's do...
Deposit accepted for processing.
How about that? Unions in space! How about this? Solar Punk is rebranded eco-modernism. And why is my transform wrong? Oh, it's not wrong. Let's break this up a bit.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
Raw material processed. Credits deposited.
Oh no, don't do that. It'll blow up in your face. Need to get this thing out first. Come on, here we go. Now we can cut.
Salvage registered. Transferring credit. Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
That is a plot item that I have to pick up later. Oh, it's a chair. That's not what. That's what I wanted.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
I'll mute myself in Zach's Discord until someone talks to me.
Credits transferred. Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Get all of these goals done in 6 minutes. Maybe.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited. Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
Alright. This is your 5-minute warning, Cutter. 5 minutes left. We were out.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
Five minutes. What's the most
Salvage registered.
productive I can be in 5 minutes? I think if I cut this up, that'll be pretty good. No. What is still connected? Oh, jerks. There we go. No. No. This is wasting too much time. Gotta serve my capitalist overlords, right?
I need you to head back to
I think
the kiosk
it's
on the
right
guard platform to fill
there.
in your O2 or stat.
There we go.
Material deposit.
3 minutes.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
See how fast I can strip this compartment.
Salvage accepted. Credits applied. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Two and a half minutes. Oh, getting there. I should be looking at dollar amounts, but I'm moving too fast, honestly.
Salvage secured.
Oh, oxygen.
Applying credit. Salvage
Uh-oh.
rewards assigned.
Don't die. Don't die. I am suffocating.
Oxygen level stabilizing.
Fixed. What is the good stuff? Oh, why do I do that? I need to release the grapple before I press F. Or I need to rebind that key or something.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Oh, there's the O2. Bad. Bad, bad.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to
You
account.
got 6 ticks till this turkey's done, Cutter. Gobble, gobble.
Okay. Now it's time to cut this thing up and go. And what about this?
Processing object. Applying credits to account.
There. Yep. Okay. Can I throw this? Nope. What's wrong? No, I'm not going to make it. Well, I got 4 out of 5. I feel like my camera is a little slow.
Good morning, Cutter 9346-52.
Yeah, that background removal is not super great.
Links would like to wish you a happy and productive day.
Yeah, that's a little better. Okay, I don't need background removal. New hazard level, here we go. Can I unlock equipment yet? 49. It's tethers. I don't need tether training. Don't make me train on tethers. Chat over where I can reach it without alt-tabbing. Okay.
Cutter,
Need fuel.
it is my distinct honor and privilege
Oh, these
to introduce
things.
you to the rest of the crew in our sector. Sound off, everyone.
Hey, Rook.
What?
Name's Liz.
Oh,
I was the worm until you showed up. So thank you.
I need to cut before I
Now
can drag them.
get to do the hazing. What are you talking about? We don't do that. Welcome aboard. Don't listen to her. I'm the Kai. Your mic's still messed up.
How about now?
Better.
Oh, hey, I'm Kaido. Kai.
Mic's still busted, huh?
Oh, yeah, still waiting on the wreck to get
Heaven forbid they get a functional gear.
I'm sure they're working on it. as
Seriously?
fast as they
I
can.
destroyed
Cutter,
a piece of carbon,
added you
huh?
to the sector comms.
Carbon scrap, $600 now.
Helps to check in with each other from time to
Oh
time.
well.
All right. Enough chin wagging. Let's get back to it. Weaver out.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Later, Rook. Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit. Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Poster collection. Still no engine back there. No thruster, I should say.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credit
Another poster. Okay, now what? I need fuel.
salvage deposit
And of course,
secured.
they only give me oxygen when I need fuel. Amazing. Anything?
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Nope, nothing flammable yet. Other this one? Yeah, got it.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
So I can either recover these, which will give me a couple thousand, probably some points, might get me closer to a goal, or I can just destroy it.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Can I fit through here? Yeah, I can fit through there. Don't wanna kill too much stuff. Alright, let's slice this up and push it in. I'm too close. I don't want to die. Well, I blew up some parts that I didn't want to blow up. Oh well.
Oxygen low.
Still got this one, and I didn't die.
Oxygen costs can be reduced through good breathing practices.
Yeah, I know. Boss man won't get off my back about all these furnace parts going in the processor.
Account credit applied.
Like, why can't you have a sorting facility in the processor? And why is the processor got to be so dangerous? I'm gonna get union representation. Oh, I didn't say that. I know it's a dirty word around here. Didn't say it.
Warning. Critical oxygen levels detected. Consult the latest
O2, huh?
handbook on how to
I know where I can
maximize
find some
your blood
O2.
oxygen saturation.
No, it's not stealing.
Oxygen levels
You're not going to pay me to recover that? Then it's not stealing. Why is... Oh, that's still connected. No! That's hot. And I better remove that before it's too late. I'll throw that onto the... There we go. Before it burns all the way through. That's the trick, is if you throw it on the place where... on the barge before it's too late. Oh, sorry, that's probably disorienting. If you're not used to that kind of a twist... it can really mess with your equilibrium. I have played this game a lot though, so I'm kind of used to it.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Spatial orientation, like an astronaut.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
These are sometimes annoying to recover, so I will loosen them up. Yes, I can just throw on the barge. Oh, no. Unless I...
Salvage deposit
6
secured.
minutes.
Credits awarded.
What's this? Hydroponics cabinet. That's interesting.
Salvage deposit registered.
There's a lot in this one.
Account credited. Salvage registered. Transferring credits. Salvage goal cleared. Rewards allocated.
No, 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 no. Come back here. Okay, what's next?
Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Valuable object processed. Credits deposited. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Oh yeah, I need to cut the window. Or do I? Nice. Not really. I don't really need to cut the window. I just need to tether this to that. Oh, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Gunner, shift clock says 5 minutes left. You know
No.
what to do.
Don't throw away all those electronics yet.
Salvage accepted. Credits applied.
Thought I would have more time with this stuff. But I tethered it too fast. It doesn't have as much mass as I thought, so it worked really fast.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
I had to cut the tether before I lost the stuff.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Anyone in chat feel like calling in? We could do call-ins. I'm in Zach's Discord right now, but
Salvage deposit
he
secured.
is not showing up to discuss. That's alright. Okay, now I can throw it into the processor. Probably didn't need to use a tether. And what's here? I need to cut this out. It is worth 10,000 dollarinos. Running out of O2 and fuel.
Valuable object accepted for
And I
profit.
didn't look at what's in the back of this boat. Nope. That goes there, that goes there.
Deposit
What is in the back of this boat? I think I have about 20 seconds.
Warning. Fuel levels are critical.
Is O2.
Return to the master jack. Purchase
No fuel. Well, I don't need fuel yet.
salvage secured.
There we
Account credit
go.
applied. Salvage deposit registered. Account credited. Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
What is... Oh, that's valuable. What is holding this thing together? I think I got everything. Ribbit and rip it. Yep. Ribbit and rip it.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Looking like you got about a minute left, Cutter. 1 minute
Minute, huh?
remaining.
Well, in that case, you can have all of this.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
I don't think that's going to make it in 20 seconds, no matter how many tethers I throw on it. Oh, maybe.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred. Salvage goal achieved.
Oh, I got number 4.
You're quit.
Didn't make number 5. Very close. My logo on the way. I should move my logo.
Hello, Shipbreaker 9346-52. Lynx would like to share the following inspirational message. Some people dream of great salvage, while other people get up every morning and make it happen.
Pretty smooth looking at the stream. Alright. I didn't even rank up to rank 5. That's disappointing. Okay. Okay, to be more efficient, let's cut this first. As long as the cabin is not pressurized, nothing of value will be lost. That was pretty efficient.
Material accepted. Credits assigned.
Come on, I want to move this way, not that way. Come on, man. Come on, man. Oh, my fuel is out. That's why I'm not moving. Well, I know how to fix that. Oh, there we go. I will crawl. I will literally crawl to the console on my hands and knees to get more thruster fuel.
Fuel levels restored.
I probably could have checked in the ship. Give it. Give it.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
Gliding objects move stuff a lot more freely than just dragging. Like, I don't have enough mass to move this thing myself, but if I pull these really small collidables, it seems to move the boat.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Okay, next. Start cutting here. Don't cut the wires. Or the fuse box. Oh, there's one more.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
I think if I cut
Processing object.
these
Applying credit to account.
right away, that's better. Did I destroy a part? I don't think so. Oh, I did. Boo.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Just gonna let the rest float in. Okay. I could just cut these on the way out.
Processor deposit accepted.
Oh, I need to cut this one.
Salvage goal met. Rewards will be paid. Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Warning. Oxygen reserve.
Where is... Zach said he was going to come in here. Oh well.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credit transferred.
What is left? Top. Bottom.
Deposit accepted for processing.
This thing does not go in the processor. And I need some oxygen.
Critical. Please contact your flight administrator to add asphyxiation coverage.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Time to look for oxygen. I think I do.
Secured. Applying credit.
Oxygen, where are you? Yeah, there we go.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
Hey, that's a bunny.
Valuable object accepted for profit. Salvage goal obtained. Additional rewards assigned. Salvage registered. Transferring credit. Valuable object processed. Credit awarded.
I don't think I care about the lights. What are these? These are all furnace.
Deposited.
Can I scoop them all?
Credit.
Oops. That was a mistake.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded. Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Oh no. Uh-oh. That's it. Now it's time for React content. Oh. No revives. Game over, man. Game over. Could I have made it? I don't think I can make it back. I'm too far out. That health took a long time to go, though. Maybe if I boosted, I would have made it.
9346-52. Your service life
Okay.
has been exceeded.
Zach was like, you need to react to these things. You can't just listen to my arguments. You need to react to this video. Where's the video? I want you to react to it. IDPOL, class politics and identity opportunism. I don't do that. I'm a good streamer. I don't use IDPOL. You use IDPOL by saying IDPOL. The real racism is calling things racist. Yeah. Oh boy. Can I meme harder? You died. Congratulations. Okay. Let's get everything that I don't need to see on the other screens. I need to like have a gather button. Gather all my windows over here. What am I doing? I should not move all my windows. I should just move my OBS. And then I can full screen YouTube on the other one. Come on. Sorry. Making a mess. Making a mess. I'm working out my workflow. That's what I'm doing. I'm figuring out how to make a live production on my PC. Changing my memory speed has definitely helped. I think that my machine's latencies were really bad. Okay. That's going to be too big. Okay, we're done with music because we're going to start reacting. That also means we're done with that background.
You'll recall how it seemed that the burning topics on everyone's minds were identity politics, culture wars, and so on. And if you're getting old like me, that probably feels like it was just yesterday. But it wasn't. It was over half a decade ago. And in that time, as the dust has settled, we've had the space to develop our understanding of these strange phenomena and come to more sober conclusions than perhaps were possible in the heat of the moment. So let's use this opportunity to critically re-examine the positive and negative aspects of it to help develop a clear Marxist position on the topic. And in a way that was a lot more difficult before, with the reactionaries constantly screaming in our ears about the horrors of postmodern neo-Marxism and other very coherent, logical, and definitely not completely ridiculous far-right talking points. Now, after all the fuss about identity politics or IDPOL, there's still little in the way of consensus understanding of what the term actually means. Sometimes reactionaries claim opposition to identity politics as a not-so-subtle way of opposing LGBTQ+ liberation. Some leftists oppose identity politics to attack white supremacy. So before we go any further, let's clarify. What are identity politics? The understanding being used here today is that identity politics are simply political movements based on advancing the interests of particular identity groups. The basis for these movements is specifically and explicitly identity. This could be a national identity, a sexual identity, etc. And though there's often an assumed association with progressive movements around race, gender, sexual orientation, ability, etc., identity politics spans across the entirety of the left-right political spectrum. In fact, white supremacism is one of the clearest examples of a politic based on advancing the interests of an identity, their mythologized white identity. Now, before we go any further, it's necessary to clarify one point. It's sometimes claimed that class is also an identity, that class politics are just one form of identity politics among many others. However, from a Marxist perspective, class is not just another identity. It's rather the position that people occupy within the relations of production that exist under a given system as part of society's economic base. Now, these relations of production, which distinguish us as proletarian or bourgeois, peasant or landlord, and so on, do of course give rise to certain identity traits at the superstructural level. The sense of working class identity that exists has its roots in these relations of production. That is, class identity markers such as speaking with specific accents, wearing certain kinds of clothes, etc. But these cultural identity markers aren't the determining factor in whether someone belongs to a particular class. A person might speak with a working class accent and be a landlord or a rich business owner. Conversely, someone might speak with a bourgeois accent and be a worker who's being exploited by capitalists, just like the rest of us. Class isn't just an aesthetic, and class identity markers don't determine class. Class in the Marxist sense is determined solely by the position a person occupies within the given relations of production, whether that's worker, capitalist, or otherwise. Identity exists within society's superstructure, while class exists within society's base. Okay, now that we've got that out of the way, let's move on to looking at some of the arguments both for and against identity politics, starting with those against. While there are reactionaries on the right who claim to be anti-IDPOL as a thinly veiled endorsement of modes of oppression like patriarchy and white supremacy, you'll find a substantial number of those on the left who also oppose identity politics for different reasons. Some of the more moderate anti-IDPOL leftists simply see identity as an insufficient basis upon which to build a revolutionary political movement, as it primarily focuses on tackling society's superstructure rather than its base. Other anti-IDPO leftists will take a more extreme workerist position that sees all forms of struggle other than class struggle as a distraction. You've also got leftists who write off identity politics simply on the basis that they claim IDPO is divisive. So there's quite a wide spectrum of opposition to identity politics even within the left itself, never mind the centre or the right. Criticisms levelled against anti-IDPO positions broadly would be that, even when they purport to be left-wing, they can often find themselves supporting reactionary positions, whether intentionally or not. For example, the anti-IDPO position can sometimes be used to shut down discussion of things like national liberation for colonised peoples, LGBTQ+ liberation, women's emancipation, and so on. And this can put up a barrier to entry in left-wing spaces as many people begin their political journey in response to oppressions that they've experienced personally. So for an oppressed person to walk into a space where some knob immediately tells them that their oppression isn't that important and that they should just focus on class, this can be quite repellent. And critically, this fails to understand and explain how class oppression works through modes of oppression like patriarchy, white supremacy, and so on. Another criticism levelled against the anti-IDPO position is that it can often end up embracing a form of identity politic in and of itself that centres around advancing the interests of a mythologised proletarian subject who almost always happens to be a white cishet male factory worker, which the majority of the working class is not. This again would be falling into the trap of thinking about class identity at the superstructural level rather than class itself at the base. Narrow class reductionism can therefore end up being quite chauvinistic, reinforcing various modes of oppression and ultimately ending up damaging the long-term health of the class struggle itself. Now, on the flip side of the coin, there are people who openly support different kinds of identity politics all across the political spectrum. We can find support for both the identities of oppressed and oppressor groups, such as leftists who support...
So the number one problem I have so far is that I've literally learned nothing. Every argument that I have made has been backed up by this video, and the only arguments that could be leveled at me are by uncritically ascribing my anti-IDPO stance to the anti-IDPO stance strawman by this video. And it's not a strawman in this video because this is a coherent, it's a coherent perspective, and so it deserves to be criticized. But my version of anti-IDPOism is relying on material analysis. You're looking at the problems within these social systems and addressing them head on rather than leaning on IDPO. Oh, I'm a good leftist. I'm a good green. I use renewable energy and I eat organic, and that's all virtue signaling IDPO bullshit. It's not material reality. It's a signal that you're a good member of your identity group, not that you're actually doing something positive with the material world. That's the problem. And my chat is in the wrong spot. It's above the cameras. It should be under the cameras. There we go. Okay, back to the video.
Revolutionary nationalism to end colonial oppression, as well as rightists who support reactionary nationalism to preserve it. Across the left, there's almost unanimous support for the particular struggles of oppressed identity groups.
Is it support for identity groups? Or is it criticism of the structures of oppression? Riddle me this, Batman. What do we really say when we want to criticize structures of oppression? Do we want to say, oh, we should uplift the people who have been hurt by these structures of oppression and leave those structures of oppression in place? No, that's rainbow capitalism. That's not a solution. The solution is to tear down the system of oppression. And if that benefits white people, oh no, it doesn't matter. It's good. It's good to dismantle structures of oppression. Even if it benefits white cishet males, it's fine.
At least in theory. But there are different levels of support for identity being the primary basis for political activity at the general level. People who support IDPO may argue that we need to prioritise the struggles of the most oppressed groups in society because for too long their voices have been completely drowned out, even in left-wing spaces like communist parties. This is sometimes deemed to necessitate complete support for all such identity-based struggles. There are also Marxists who suggest that all oppression stems from class oppression historically, such as patriarchy's roots in private property and modern racism's roots in colonialism, itself an expression of class oppression. And so fighting for the liberation of these oppressed identity groups should be supported because this is a manifestation of class struggle. Though at this point it's arguable whether it could really be considered identity politics per se, as the basis for struggle is not just a superstructural manifestation of identity, but rather the basis is a comprehensive form of class struggle that tackles both base and superstructure together. Now, criticisms of pro-id pole positions on the left often centre around a lack of materialist analysis in many cases, instead favouring individual subjectivity as the key source of knowledge from which all political positions are derived.
Nope.
Knowledge in such cases is therefore unverifiable and can devolve into fields over reals, prioritising lived experience over any kind of Marxist epistemological approach
Base
or
video.
general scientific inquiry.
Base
Further
video.
criticisms can be levelled at some expressions of identity politics from a revolutionary perspective, as many identity politics struggles devoid of a materialist class analysis can be resolved within the framework of capitalism, focusing exclusively on reforms at the superstructural level, never fully dealing with the oppression which stems from the base. The result of such narrow identity reductionist liberal approaches is that we may get more oppressed identity CEOs and heads of state, but this won't necessarily get us any closer to ending the global exploitation
Whoa, it's like
of
I predicted
capitalism
it.
and
Rainbow
imperialism.
capitalism.
In fact, some argue that this just makes capitalism more palatable for larger groups of people and ultimately prolongs the lifespan of this exploitative mode of production. So we can see that there are positive and negative aspects to these identity struggles. But as Marxists, we always need to separate what's useful from what's not and discard the harmful parts. And a good way that we can start doing this is by, instead of using vague language like identity politics, using more precise language which actually gets to the root of the problem. Because it's often the case that when you hear people on the left complaining about identity politics, they're actually referring to a much more specific phenomenon: identity opportunism. Now, opportunism from the Marxist perspective refers to positions which sacrifice the long-term health of the revolutionary movement for short-term gains. You might encounter right opportunism, generally manifesting in reformism, particularly through bourgeois electoralism, but also reformist trade unionism, what Lenin would address in his attacks on economism. You might also encounter left opportunism, which generally manifests as adventurism. For example, individuals running around trying to engage in armed struggle without having put in the work beforehand to build mass support for a revolutionary movement. In all cases, whether right or left, opportunism presents itself as something that appears.
Please note, these are examples. This is not the definition of opportunism. It can be opportunism without guns. That's just a good example of opportunism.
To yield immediate benefits, but ultimately sacrifices the long-term health of the movement for short-term gains. And likewise with identity opportunism. Now, one of the main manifestations we see of identity opportunism appears in the identity-based thought termination cliches which prevent scientific inquiry into phenomena. We see this regularly when people opportunistically use identity to justify their positions, rather than actually thoroughly applying the Marxist theory of knowledge and the scientific method.
Yes.
An example of this would be
Material
when
analysis.
someone is told that they can't express their position on a particular issue because they aren't a member of the oppressed group. For example, as an Irish person, I might tell an English person to shut the fuck up about the Irish national liberation struggle against British colonialism. In that case, I'd be weaponising my Irish identity to shut down further inquiry into the matter. But this tells us nothing about the correctness of the positions being expressed on.
It's like I have a Twitter thread on that exact topic, the weaponization, the liberalization of identity. Using identity as a valuable capital to be traded, to be used over someone else. Jeez. Ugh.
On either side. In fact, it'd be an entirely individualistic and self-serving process of political point scoring that gets nobody any closer to the truth, and in fact puts up a barrier to arriving there as it shuts down further inquiry. This is identity opportunism, and it's a separate phenomenon from simply advocating for Irish national liberation, which I do, and on some level requires an Irish national identity that's separate from the identity of the colonisers, even if we accept that this identity has emerged from a base of colonial class oppression. And I could use this oppressed identity to attempt to justify objectively incorrect positions. To use an example that would take this identity opportunism to its logical conclusion, I could go around telling people that Ireland's a socialist country. And when others corrected me, I could just call them hibernophobic chauvinists and shut down further investigation into the matter. So this manifestation of identity opportunism obscures truth, impedes the development of correct positions, and ultimately stands in the way of the development of knowledge, all of which are hugely detrimental to the long-term development of our collective revolutionary movement, despite potentially providing immediate short-term gratification at the individual level. But there's not only an issue with those engaging in identity opportunism themselves, there's also an issue with a widespread liberal permissiveness, sometimes even support of this kind of behaviour. And this generally emerges on the left as an overcorrection for the chauvinistic behaviour of those on the left historically. where once the voices and concerns of the oppressed were either completely shut down or subjected to inappropriate levels of scrutiny, now we can sometimes, understandably and with well-meaning intent, go to the opposite extreme of never critically engaging with those who are oppressed, of never challenging incorrect positions that are expressed because there's a concern that it may lead to the oppressed group person feeling unable to speak up in the future. And while this kind of permissiveness comes from a well-intentioned place and is understandable, especially in light of the chauvinistic attitudes present within certain Marxist organisations historically, this permissiveness itself falls into the trap of a chauvinistic paternalism because it regards oppressed group comrades as too fragile to confront their own mistaken ideas or challenge and correct their own errors. It denies the chance for serious corrections to be made by those being pandered to. It may not always feel comfortable, but principled criticism is a gift that helps us all to develop and grow stronger individually and collectively, though strong emphasis on principled criticism here. So identity opportunism is a big issue on the left. We also see it manifest on the right too, particularly in their co-option of leftist movements. We've recently seen, for example, the Humans of CIA video, where identity was similarly weaponized to further ultra-reactionary agendas, what some have called intersectional imperialism or woke imperialism. And this reactionary weaponization of oppressed identities isn't new. It didn't just begin in 2021. We've also seen this in the phenomenon known as pinkwashing, where progressive LGBTQ+ policies are used to draw attention away from extremely reactionary activities that are being engaged in, like settler colonialism.
Need to update
Speaking of
my
which,
category.
you'll also notice identity opportunism being employed when discussion of Israeli settler colonialism is shut down by labelling any criticism of the settler colonial project as anti-Semitic. So, with all this being said, how should Marxists approach identity politics? Marx stated that the history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggle. In this sense, it's clear that the basis of Marxist analysis upon which the movement is built is class. That being said, Marxists understands that identity group oppression in the superstructure stems from class oppression in the base historically and currently. This doesn't relegate the importance of combating identity-based oppression. Rather, understanding the roots of these problems, understanding both the cause and the effect, allows us to fully overcome them and put an end to the oppressions once and for all, solving the problems at the level of both base and superstructure. Marxists need to work actively and engage in principled criticism and self-criticism to avoid falling into the traps of either a chauvinistic workerist class reductionism or a liberal identity reductionism. It's the task of Marxists to support and unite all of these struggles within the communist movement. Because to truly solve the problem of oppression, we need to tear out the roots of class society itself, which gives rise to the various forms of oppression. To wage revolutionary socialist struggle to transform the economic base of society and continuing cultural revolution for the transformation of the superstructure. We need to support our comrades struggling to end all oppressions experienced as an integral part of the class struggle. And not at some indeterminate point in the future after the Glorious Revolution, but right now. Because ultimately, modes of oppression like patriarchy and white supremacy are vehicles through which class oppression occurs. At the same time, we always have to be wary of the trap of identity opportunism, whether that's engaging in it ourselves directly or indirectly taking a liberal, permissive attitude to its occurrence. Both are harmful to the long-term health of the revolutionary movement towards a stateless, classless, moneyless future. Thank you for watching this video, hopefully you found it useful. This was heavily inspired by Maoist 98's video against identity opportunism, which mainly focuses on manifestations of identity opportunism that have crept into the MLM movement. It's based on the essay on identity opportunism by the Austin Redguards. I strongly recommend checking out both of these, which are linked in the description box below if this video has piqued your interest at all. They're excellent works that add much needed clarity to the conversation around identity politics, and really help to more precisely identify the harmful elements of identity struggles and discard them while upholding the progressive elements within the context of historical materialist analysis. Thanks very much to the supporters on Patreon who've made this video possible. Thank you Ian McShay, Ugopnik, Annex Magnus, Burku Gorilla, Ryan Hodgson, Soup,
let's
Madeline,
find our next
Sagan,
react.
Michaela Schmid, Christian Napalis, Brian Roos, Alfonso Dingo Torres, Mekalova, Rotgardist, Todd Sprang, Nikita Sage, Zakasi, Anglo-Irish Bolshevik, Train H13, Meowsifer, Hunter Johnson, Rare Hero, Donald Quishleva, Six New Zealand, Kale Marks, Roja, MLM in Practice, Eric Lindahl, ZK Goody, Laverna Wintermore, Kyle Rapp, Vuchko, Doc Toma, Iob Farah, Becky, Pastor Schubert, A Mouthwash Bottle, Mr. Miyamoto, Kyle King, Reverend London Hollywood, Wonderbad, JT Chapman, Jose, Joseph Shepard, Jack Schneidman, Comrade Amara, Wealth for the 99%, Spoop, and Trailer Park Communist. Cheers everyone, August Long Foe.
Okay. It wasn't terrible, but wasn't a whole lot of
Jordan Peterson did a podcast with, I think it's like a Muslim scholar in the UK. He posted this on his YouTube channel. And this part that we're about to show you right here has gone viral. And it's gone viral for obvious reasons. You'll see why. Let's take a look and then we'll break it down.
The question, did that happen, begs the question, what do you mean by happen? Because when you are dealing with fundamental realities and you pose a question, you have to understand that the reality of the concepts of your question, when you're digging that deep, are just as questionable as what you're questioning. So people say to me,
question what?
What do you believe in God? And I think, okay, there's a couple of mysteries in that question. What do you mean do? What do you mean you? What do you mean believe? And what do you mean?
Depends on the definition of is.
God. And you say as the questioner, well, we already know what all those things mean except belief in God. And I think, no, if we're going to get down to the fundamental brass tacks.
What the?
Okay, so now I just want to let everybody know, this was one of the questions I had written down to ask Jordan Peterson when I interviewed him was
I remember
about
you telling me that.
This exact question, this question of, do you believe in God? Because this is not the first time he's given this answer. He's actually given, but he kind of pumped his normal answer up with steroids to arrive to this. Because usually what he says is, what do you mean by believe? What do you mean by God? Now he was like, what do you mean by you?
What do you mean by do?
What do you mean by you? Like, what do you mean by this?
What do you mean by question mark?
Yeah, so I was going to ask him about this because I used to have it was like a 9th grade or 10th grade English teacher who liked to say that clear talking is a sign of clear thinking. And like, garbled talking is a sign of poor
garbled thinking.
Right, exactly. And so the way that I was going to ask him the question is as followed, because I would say, hey, this is how you answer the question usually, but let me get more specific. Here are the things that are on the menu as an answer. If somebody asks you the question, do you believe in God? These are the only, I'm going to give you all of the possible answers, right? Yeah, I'm an atheist. So in other words, I don't believe in God, or I don't think there's evidence for a God. That's one position. Then you have the agnostic position, which is like, I don't know. Then you have what's called the deist position, which is, I think there's a God, but it's not a God of any particular religion. It's just in general like a God who maybe created everything and then dipped, right? That's another position. Then you have the theist position, which could be, you could be a theist of any of literally over 4,000 religions. That's like, I think a particular religion is true and the God of this particular religion is true.
Right.
That's theist.
Right.
And then you have polytheist, which is like, a religion that has multiple gods. So, forms of paganism, Hinduism, Greek gods, Roman gods, etc. Those are literally the only things on the menu. Like, it is one of those things.
I'm defining for you.
Yes.
When I say God, I'm defining for you what I mean by that.
Right.
Here's your options.
So which of all of those options are you most, and I could just ask, like, what are you most in alignment with? Not even like, give me a hard answer, like, you have to pick one and that's it. Just which one are you most in alignment with?
Why do you think that he struggles so much and like tap dances around this so much?
That's a great question. He's clearly very sympathetic to Christianity. And he's done these debates with Sam Harris, where Sam Harris is a well-known, like, hardcore atheist. And Peterson kind of defends Christianity, but he cloaks it in, I'm not really defending it. I'm more breaking it down through the lens of psychology, doing like a Christian analysis through the lens of psychology. And so I think he...
In other words, it's a bunch of BS. Okay, this is less useful. Not worth my time. Blah, 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 blah. Jordan Peterson is cringe, blah, 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 blah. Oh, am I sparkly? Is this... Yeah, it's my filter. My camera... Oh, boy. I gotta fix that, too. We are stability testing today. Oh. I only see it in my preview, not in my raw camera monitor. All right. Oh, is that showing up on stream? That's really bugging me. I see sparkly things in my preview scene right here, and it's really bugging me. I see. Yeah, it's there. What is that? Sorry. Messed up again. I really want to make certain scenes, like, you can't transition to these scenes. You can only preview them. And that would be really good. That would be very helpful if I could avoid transitioning, putting a scene to program. But okay. So what is it with the filter? Yeah, that was one of my zoom filters. Now I'm going to have to disable it on a few more things. Okay, that should have fixed it. Yep, it fixed it. No more sparkly. There was a good video on coal that Zach reacted to. Yeah, this is it. This was a really good video, so I pre-watched, but very much worth it. Very worth it.
Hi there! I'm literally the devil, and I'm here to introduce you to a product that we've been cooking up for the last 360 million years. This is coal. Now, I know it doesn't look like much, but we couldn't be prouder of the death and destruction that it's already brought to the planet that it's buried on. The smooth apes have taken to coal as naturally as they did to our other misery-making releases like Pointy Stick, Chrome, and of course, coin. Yeah, I know. We all love coin, but coal is the real deal. Since the 1700s, those hairy bipeds have been burning enough of the stuff to make hell look like the Holiday Inn. Now, those of you who are familiar with our product will say, Lucifer, hasn't coal already had its day? And that only shows you that our propaganda departments are doing their job right. Thanks to our above-ground partners like Glencore and the Chinese Communist Party, shout out Big Xi, humanity is now burning more coal than it ever has done. But getting to this point hasn't been easy. No, we've had to suffer through centuries of increasing human comfort to get here. The coal production process began nearly 360 million years ago, during the Carboniferous period, a time where not a single human soiled the planet, and the dry parts were ruled by funky-looking amphibians and gigantic plants. There's me in my college years. I was still finding my feet and burning a whole bunch of green. These prehistorical plants grew and died in swampy bog areas and sunk below the soil, depriving them of oxygen and preserving their lifetime of accumulated sunlight and carbon. And the gradual downward movement of soil formed vast, veiny plant graveyards deep underground, eventually transforming them into a dark brown muddy substance called peat. After a couple 100 million years, pressure from sedimentary rock and high temperatures slow cooks that peat into the coal we burn and breathe today. Despite what some scientists or experts might say, coal is really the first green energy.
Is gonna bother me.
It's 100% plant-based, and if you think about it, it's really just vintage solar power. See what I did there? If you just shamelessly shuffle words around, you can make them mean anything. This is what the American Coalition for Clean Coal Electricity, or AHA, spent $38 million doing in 2008 with their Clean Coal campaign. In this ad, the coal industry's best stock footage scientists looked thoughtfully at various colored liquids, and we were introduced to the American coal industry's best catchphrase.
A commitment to clean. Learn more about clean coal at americaspower.org.
Later, the industry plunged to dirtier depths with this seasonal minstrel show designed to convince kids and smooth-brained adults that clean coal was a Christmas miracle.
An interesting thing to point out. Okay.
But much like Santa or White Jesus, clean coal was entirely theoretical. So they paid a load of actors to believe in it hard enough, so maybe you would too.
Santa's
I believe that meeting a challenge
brings out the best in us.
I believe we
letter
can use
or two away
American
from
energy
Satan.
resources.
I believe
Just
we
an
can
N.
be energy
Just an N
independent.
away.
We can continue to use our most abundant fuel cleanly and responsibly. We can, we will. Clean coal.
The problem with this
Do you know who else was in favor of coal? Ralph Nader.
campaign is that clean coal is an obvious oxymoron, even to the most oxygen-deprived moron. It's hard to convince anyone it's clean when it looks like a Hangover shit, and it leaves miners looking like they've just auditioned for a jazz singer remake.
Oh,
the science
again.
behind clean coal is
The
based
minstrel
on
reference
carbon
again.
capture storage technology, which didn't
Soy.
exist when these
Soy.
ads aired, and is still a practically and financially unviable solution.
Okay. By Mark Z. Jacobson. I mean, okay, I'm not a huge fan of carbon capture, especially direct air capture. But come on, Mark Z. Jacobson, 100% renewables, dude. Like literally, how do you get 100% renewables in any scenario? It's by using BECCS. Yeah.
It doesn't clean coal or its emissions. That's impossible. It just captures the carbon emission.
The guy who did the hockey stick, was that... I mean, I'm familiar with quite a few people who talk about the hockey stick. There's Michael Mann, and... what's his name? I should know this guy, the pro-nuclear guy. NASA Goddard Institute was James Hansen. James Hansen might have been the hockey stick guy, or it could have been Michael Mann. Oh yeah, it's Michael Mann.
With the hopes that they can be crammed back under the Earth's crust, where hopefully
not Mark Z. Jacobson. MZJ is a freaking lazy,
still, with enough money and
dishonest
repetition,
researcher.
even the most nonsensical catchphrase can be lodged tumor-style into the minds of the geriatrics who occupy America's fanciest assisted living facility.
Look, Barack and I believe that clean coal is part of our energy future.
2008? Okay. Yeah, 2008. Come on.
Necessary part, and also a great export capacity.
Clean coal, meaning they're taking out coal, they're going to clean.
Okay, literally 2016. So you take 2008 Ice Cream Guy and 2016 Orange Man. Okay. It's all right.
That clean coal, right? Clean.
Not the same person. Literally.
Clean coal. Clean, beautiful coal.
While bullshit catchphrases can trick those who are enfeebled by age or corrupted by campaign donations,
Harry Dresden. The wizard Harry Dresden?
most people are harder to fool. If you want them to like something that is objectively bad for them, you can't focus on their logic center. You have to attack their emotions and their desire for increased material comfort. This is some of the earliest surviving footage of the city of Pittsburgh in 1917. The footage has been colorized, and so has the air with the yellow tint of sulfur dioxide, one of coal's most toxic and stinkiest byproducts. We like to...
You could just show Beijing, because Beijing was like that not long ago.
say that coal is bringing a little bit of hell to Earth. even down to the smell. This is London again, during the Great Smog of 1952, which killed as many as 12,000 people in just 5 days. And this is Beijing in 2021, where the air is so thick with coal emissions that breathing in technically counts as a little snack. But air pollution doesn't just make cities taste spicier. It is the third highest cause of death in the whole world, just behind high blood pressure and smoking, and just above obesity. Shout out to our consumables department, tobacco and high fructose corn syrup. You guys are killers, literally. Fossil fuel air
Some messages are getting
contributes
duplicated
to
in Restream,
11.65% of all deaths globally. That's just under 7 million people in 2019 alone. But for the developing countries where most of these deaths occur, coal burning is the best shortcut to industrialization. All it takes is the deaths of several 100,000 of their city-dwelling citizens. I know we all miss the high drama of a blood sacrifice, but this method is more efficient. Back in the 16th century, London was literally running out of trees. As the population soared, so did the demand for wood to heat homes, cook food, and make tools. So it wasn't long before the forests surrounding the British capital were capable of producing about as much wood as a eunuch on a porn set. In the midst of this post-medieval energy crisis, the British became the first nation to make use of their abundant coal deposits. These little black rocks might have made people's homes grimy and their lungs slimy, but it was a lot easier to transport than wood and had much higher energy density. By the next century, Britain had learned to love coal. It kept their hovels hot, and it kept their peasants economically efficient. The famous London fog wasn't actually a natural phenomenon. It came entirely from the collective smoke of coal burning. By the middle of the 18th century, any British coal that was close to the surface had already been burnt up and breathed in. To get more of it, mines had to be dug deeper underground, where they were at greater risk of flooding. To solve this problem, a churchy type named Thomas Newcomb invented the first ever rudimentary steam engine to pump water out of the flooded mines. While he must have been very pleased with himself, this provincial preacher would never know that his piston-powered water sucker was probably the most impactful single human invention of all time. It was soon in use across Britain, allowing people to get more coal than ever before. But more crucially, it was the basis for every steam engine that followed it. Between 1842 and 1856, the number of coal mines in Britain quadrupled as the industrial cities that ran on their product flourished. Without the steam engine, there would have been no factories. Without factories, there would be no industrial revolution. No global supply chain, no mass production, and no electricity. This means no iPhone to watch this video on, no gamer chair to fester in, and no cushy office job to pay for it all. No steam engine means no trains, means no cars, means no bell ends on those electric unicycle things probably, and no airplanes means no international travel. Which is to say, the steam engine and the coal that powered it kick-started the product-packed, comfortable life that soft-handed modern humans find just about bearable. Without coal, your life would be harder, darker, and much, much shorter. And you might say, Lucifer, buddy, why have you made a product that's improved so many lives that were once guaranteed to be miserable? Well, like any deal with me, it always comes with an ironic catch. I'm gonna live forever, I can play the long game. A few centuries of increasing human happiness is a small price to pay for the worldwide calamity that coal has already set in motion. The Industrial Revolution made Britain the most powerful nation on Earth, a trick that every subsequent superstate has carbon copied. See what I did there? Anyway, coal creates the conditions for the modern world. But in doing so, it also creates the conditions for its own redundancy. After half a dozen or so generations of living it good on machine-aided labour, wealthy countries start to get picky about where they get their energy from. Populations become literate and class conscious, awake to the fact that coal is bad for them, that working in a factory fucking sucks. While real scientists who observe quantitative data rather than Fanta in a test tube realize that the Earth is getting hotter and that fossil fuel emissions are to blame. And they also realize that every other energy source, including the gross sticky ones, produce fewer carbon emissions than coal. Now, coal mining has always sucked. It might be the only job in existence where you have a pretty good chance of getting killed by earth, water, fire, and the air. The Wikipedia page for coal mining disasters is great bedtime reading if you find comfort in hearing about people dying much more horrific deaths than you probably will. But misery breeds camaraderie. Coal mining communities have always been tightly knit and fiercely defensive of their traditional way of living and dying in a dank pit.
If you know what a coal mine looks like, get a job in Britain's modern mining industry and get more out of life.
Now the color correction doesn't goof up everything else.
In this terrifically kitsch ad from the 1970s, the National Coal Board of Britain tried to convince viewers it wasn't just BBC presenters that were out to fuck as many miners as possible.
Today, they're hoping to get more out of Northumberland and Durham's massive coal resources, and getting more out of life at the same time. There are vacancies for skilled and unskilled workers.
But thanks to decades of mechanisation, there are far fewer coal jobs than in its child labour heyday. Today, the industry isn't so concerned with recruiting as it is with defending its God-given right to flick the world's thermostat into the red. Which is why the Lignite Energy Council of America have been trying to reach the minds that haven't yet been corrupted by the toxic fumes of reality, by smuggling coal industry propaganda into classrooms.
Well, my cousin says that coal creates pollution and wrecks the environment.
That's wrong. We learned in class the other day that emissions from the coal-based energy decreased like 83% since the 1970s.
Local taxes on coal mines in Wyoming and North Dakota directly fund public schools, a batshit bureaucratic decision that directly ties school budgets to an industry in decline. This is why the Lignite Energy Council so graciously hosts an annual education seminar for the state's teachers, handing out professional development credits, as well as lesson plans, classroom resources, and literal pieces of coal to share with the kids. Now, adults can be taught to love coal too. You just have to trick them into thinking that it's responsible for everything they know and love.
I grew up in a small town and I love that lifestyle where Main Street looked like a Norman Rockwell painting, everybody knew your name. Coal gave me the American dream that I never thought I'd have.
It's in the American industry's interest to sustain the stereotype that coal provides hundreds of thousands of honest working class jobs. In reality, fewer than 70,000 people work in coal mines in the USA. In comparison, the solar industry employs over 250,000 Americans, and it doesn't demand that they spend 12 hours a day underground inhaling cancer
Hey, no
dust.
nonsense.
Most of the time, though, coal miners
still
aren't
kinda
really attached to
messing
their
around with my
jobs,
stream
they're attached
setup.
to their communities.
OBS 20.
Which is why the industry
not
has to
bad.
resort to growing their own grassroots.
User release candidate. I still wish that Stream Effects was supported, but I think I don't need Stream Effects right now.
Besides cryptids and OxyContin, the Appalachian Mountains are probably best known for being crammed with coal. Nowhere in America is better associated with the black stuff. And if lobbying groups like the NMA or the WVCA have their way, that's how it's gonna stay. These lobbying groups, though, are smart enough to make sure that their seedy money is spread far away from the roots of the corporate cash tree. They covertly pay local marketing firms to create separate organizations like Count on Coal or the ubiquitous Friends of Coal. These astroturfing campaigns.
So here's where some of the story is left out, is the difference between astroturfing against coal in general and against energy in general. There we go. Got my filters fixed. So Friends of Coal or Friends of the Earth, familiar name, but no, they're not actually related, but it reminded me of Friends of the Earth. So you've got the movement to clean up coal, which meant that coal moved away from the Appalachians into the West Coast. So this enabled corporations to pull out of a highly unionized workforce and implement more mine automation in the West Coast. So where'd the jobs go? They didn't travel, the jobs disappeared. More complicated. Coalition. Coalition. Very nice. How's it going, PyProd? Thanks for showing up. And let's see, is it time to switch categories? I think it is. Thanks for showing up. We're going to level up the stream and join Just Chatting. So thanks for being here. I'm going to keep an eye on what's going on, and thanks for hanging out. Let's finish this.
Are usually easy to unpack, like in 2009 when the faces...
Oh, yeah. We can talk about teak. In fact, I have a link to the stream that maybe we can
of coal
react to a
campaign
little bit.
was found to be faking their faces
Kirk
in their
Sorensen
marketing
was not
material,
there.
using stock photos instead of real Appalachian folks. But snotty liberal types tend to misunderstand what the real purpose of astroturfing is. They like to think it's about tricking the wider public so that they can congratulate themselves for seeing through it. The real point of this kind of astroturfing is not to stand in for authentic grassroots sentiment. It's there to ignite it when there is already disorganized discontent. Coal really is part of the air they breathe in Appalachia, which might account for their sexy, smoky accents.
They enjoyed it. I mean, you know, they had just living high on the hog, as you should say.
The industry was the main economic force that started and sustained its first communities, and these places have seen their jobs cut in half in just a decade. So when the corporate ventriloquists over at Friends of Coal showed up and said that coal keeps the lights on, there were a lot of real people who related to and repeated this sentiment. In Kentucky and West Virginia, this phrase is commonplace. You see it in sporting arenas and on bumper stickers everywhere, even on the odd Tesla, which is hilarious. It even reached the hallowed grounds of America's Got Talent in an absolute banger that I am still not entirely sure wasn't an ingenious industry plant.
Where are you from?
I'm from Pineville, Kentucky. I'm a 4-year United States Marine Corps veteran.
Coal keeps the lights on. My hometown keeps the food on the spoon in my youngin's mouth.
But the thing about coal jobs in Appalachia is that they started to decline for the same reason they did in Britain.
Here it is, the decline of coal jobs.
In the 1980s. Governments realized that it was bad for the environment and people's health, so they retrained coal miners to... no, I'm only kidding. It was the profit motive. Jobs in the industry have been declining long before people even knew climate change was a thing, as machines were replacing men in the mines as early as the 1960s, when Britain...
And environmentalism and the soft energy path and the fight against acid rain was utilized to make a more rapid transition and automate jobs faster.
Struck North Sea oil in the 1980s, and America started extracting natural gas
Doesn't
from the
mean that it was good
Appalachian
or
Basin
bad.
in the 2000s.
It's just the way it happened.
Both countries didn't need coal quite as much. And they really don't need it in America. If the Appalachian Basin was a standalone country, it would be the third largest natural gas producer in the world, just behind the whole rest of America and Russia, which we'll get back to. Natural gas also happens to produce 40% fewer carbon emissions than coal, but that's really by the by. The point is, you don't need an army of soot-faced miners to extract natural gas. So while its energy is cheaper and marginally greener, it doesn't create as many jobs. The modern mechanized coal industry doesn't create many either, but the old traditional coal industry united Appalachian communities long before we pumped OxyContin into them and tore them apart. By 2016, the 4 largest coal mining companies in the USA were facing Chapter 11 bankruptcy because of a declining appetite for their product and a little bit of mismanagement as well. You know, these guys were chugging the profits while they could. Who can blame them? Still, the enormous success of the coal industry's astroturfing campaign were plain to see. It wasn't coal's fault that the jobs went away. The poor little rock was a victim of a wider cultural war on family, small town values, and college football, probably. This sediment-based sentiment is now so widely felt in these northwestern states that the only politicians with a chance of winning them are the ones that look best in a mining helmet. In other words, the astroturf grew roots and became real grass. For a lot of Australians, climate change isn't really a big deal. Most of the country is already a lifeless desert where only the most craven and disgusting scavengers can survive. And one of those creatures is Gina Rinehart, the richest woman in Australia and its single largest landowner. When the wicked bitch of Western Australia isn't running its largest coal mining business, she is giving speeches to school children on how climate change is totes not real.
Rationale should ask, why does the media in general and those they influence now call for reducing carbon? Indeed, importantly, as we are overwhelmed by media and propaganda today.
And for the last decade, she's been pumping her considerable profits into a free market think tank called the IPA, a trusted institute in Australia because, well, its acronym reminds them of beer. But the IPA's main reason for existing is to smuggle pro-coal and anti-environment talking points into Australian culture, mainly through the corporate interest feeding tube of Sky
Looking
News.
for my new.
Tell you what, Daniel, thank God for the IPA. I mean, these are exactly the sort of hard facts that have gone missing in the whole climate debate.
Well, you know, on this show, we live in the real world, and here's the real world. James Morrow wrote today about a report which came out from the IPA.
People, those voters that got them into government, the voters that swung to them in regional Queensland, that are going to be the ones that are going to...
The IPA would have you believe that coal is the backbone of the Queensland economy. Though as of 2021, there are only about 37,000 employees across the entire industry. And most of these employees are inner city elites, rather than miners in the down under of the down under. Which hasn't stopped BHP, the second biggest coal company in the world, from representing themselves as an outback mom-and-pop store that's as Australian as dingo shit in a didgeridoo.
It's as true today as it was 130 years ago, when 7 ordinary men gathered on a small, parched plot of ground near Broken Hill and dared to think big.
The Swiss-owned Glencore might sell $1 billion of Australian coal to a Chinese steel mill, but there's no reason that any ordinary Australians will see a buck of that outside of the income tax on their employees. What coal does provide Australia with is energy. In the year 2000, 80% of Australia's energy came from coal. Over the last 20 years, the country has invested heavily in renewables like solar, but coal still provides about 50% of Australia's energy. Unlike the tiny, rain-ridden nations of Europe, Australia has tons of sun and plenty of unoccupied land, so it's uniquely placed to take advantage of solar power. But you wouldn't know that if you get your news from Chris Kenny, a Sky News presenter who sucks Glencore's dick like he expects their jizz to taste like cupcakes.
Glencore, advancing energy,
Was that
advancing everyday
necessary?
life.
Oh well.
That's an ad for Glencore, one of our largest coal miners. They're advertising on this station, and I took an interest in this before I knew they were advertising here. Joining me now is Cass McCarthy, who's Glencore's Head of Corporate Affairs. Thanks for joining us, Cass. First up, for the main point, telling people about what the mining industry does to support all parts of the economy and get power to people across the country. Are you disappointed you have to do that? I mean, I would have thought kids would learn that in school, right?
And this is Glencore we're talking about. Not just a mining company, but a commodity trading granddaddy and some of the most evil fucks who've ever walked the earth. And I mean that as a compliment. Now, I can't go into all of Glencore's diabolical achievements. We'll be here all day. Maybe some lazy, buck-toothed British know-it-all should get off his arse and make a video about them. But to summarise, Glencore was founded by the aptly named Mark Rich, a man who made billions doing the thankless task of delivering commodities to clients that no one else would do business with. Clients like apartheid South Africa, Saddam Hussein, and
So I
Iran
changed the
during
title. We are going to react
crisis.
to
Besides making deals
some
with dictators,
exclusive
commodity traders
content.
mostly spend their days gambling with the world's essential resources. They make their money in the same way that stock traders do.
I'm going to react
they buy
to
up as
my
much of these
own
resources
speech,
as possible when the price is low, and then sell when the price goes up.
You will not
it's a way
see
to
that
make a
speech
ton of money
again
on coal without having to get your hands dirty.
until Gordon
at least not in a
McDowell
literal sense.
edits
And the
it
guys
down.
at Glencore spied the
But
mother
I really
of all
wanna-
opportunities
I
in the
really
late
wanna
1990s to get their hands on
capture
as much
that
coal as possible.
and react to it and get some feedback on it.
In 1997, the United Nations got together to do what they do best, sign documents, and then applaud one another after a long, hard day of documents.
So instead of
37
re-performing
countries
it,
and the whole
I'm gonna
European
react
community
to it.
agreed to quench and hold in some of their greenhouse gases for the good of the world. The UK agreed to hold back 13% of its emissions. Germany did one better and agreed to a 21% reduction in greenhouse gases. While the American delegation couldn't even hold their food in, let alone their gases, and failed to ratify the protocol at all. Whether the states were involved or not, this was the first major global commitment to fighting climate change. Partly as a result, the price of coal slumped, and the industry became incredibly unprofitable for about 3 years. The fuel that built the modern world and simultaneously poisoned it looked set to be phased out completely. But one Glencore executive named Ivan Glassenberg saw things a little differently. Observing the rapid industrialization of countries that weren't bound by the limits set at Kyoto, over the next 4 years he bought more than a dozen mines in Australia and in his native South Africa. By the year 2000, Glencore was the world's largest shipper of thermal coal, trading 1 in 6 of every ton on the seaborne market. And it wasn't long before Glassenberg's bet on the money-losing coal industry turned out to be one of the best bets in the history of gambling. The European Union has been gagging on its carbon-reduced farts since Kyoto, smugly shaming any countries that still rely on coal to keep the lights on. Despite this, the world's carbon emissions have been steadily rising ever since, and it's now burning more coal than it ever has done. But how can this be, when the world's largest economies are committed to phasing the stuff out? The world's most self-righteous continent has reduced its carbon footprint and retained its lavish consumer lifestyle by exporting its coal burning to the new superpower on the block. That's right, China is coal country. The nation that first started burning coal was late to the industrialization game, but it's been playing a blinder for the last 30 years. After Deng Xiaoping announced that communist China was converting to cheat code communism in the 1980s, its grand industrial transition has made the British Industrial Revolution look like a snaggletooth caveman rubbing 2 sticks together, and it's all been powered by coal. While Europe was closing its coal mines, the CCP was digging enough holes in the ground to bury 1 billion hookers. And it has still had to import it from South Africa and Australia to satisfy the electricity demands of its factories and smog-ridden megacities. By the time it was hosting the Olympics, China was burning more coal than the entire rest of the world combined, rendering everyone's attempt to decarbonize completely pointless. And yet,
whoa, okay. You gotta balance your material analysis, my dude. Like China's literally lifted its people out of poverty thanks to their use of energy, yes, but they did do something with it. They didn't just do it for funsies.
Europe and America still find a way to tut their fingers at China, all while wearing, holding, and staring blankly into their China-made and coal-produced products. Their brains can't really handle the moral complexity of it, a glorious and grim irony that the entire industrialized world is complicit in.
And
they are boiling alive in their own bathtub, and they are blaming the $10 kettle they bought to fill it up with. During the more recent document-signing jamboree of COP Out 26, India, China...
And why was COP a failure? You declared it a failure before it started. Come on.
And other developing nations rejected a deal to shut down their coal-fired power stations. And who can blame them? They're extremely profitable, and they are saving millions from poverty.
Right? Poverty. Come on.
Still, China isn't completely ignoring its coal problem. They've invested heavily in hydroelectricity, and they are building dozens of nuclear power stations, both at home and abroad through the Belt and Road Initiative. And nuclear power might be the biggest threat to our plan for net zero humans by 2080. It is the one form of energy that basically produces zero carbon emissions and has enough energy density to supply an industrial power.
You're damn right.
Nuclear is also scary as shit. And when times get tough, even Europe would rather crawl back to good old coal. So you might have noticed the whole Hell team has been working overtime in 2022. Societal collapse, double-figure inflation, and hey, maybe the opening act to World War III. And if you aren't looking closely, that whole Ukraine business might look like one man's short man complex finally reaching boiling point. But really, it's all about oil, gas, and coal. Putin has sent Russia's finest oafs to drink and die in eastern Ukraine now, because Russia's chokehold on Europe's energy supply has been slacking for the last decade. Germany is Europe's largest economy, because unlike some economically illiterate sea rocks, they sustained a lot of their traditional industry. But this also makes them Europe's biggest energy addict, and Russia's best customer. Since 2011, Germany has been guzzling Russian gas from the Nord Stream pipeline, and in doing so, they've been curbing the country's century-long coal habit. German politicians who aren't in Gazprom's pocket have been talking big game about going even greener and reducing Europe's overall dependence on Russian energy. So it was really now or never for Vladolf Putler's invasion of Ukraine. as his best economic weapon to wield over Europe is decaying faster than the actual weapons that he's given his conscripts. Because Germany's goody two-shoes energy turnaround plan is absolutely foolproof, because it's all about embracing renewables and entirely eliminating nuclear power. Wait, what? You see, Germany's tree-hugging Green Party was founded in the 1980s, fueled by a fear of nuclear weapons and the possibility of future
let's not cut
Green
this short.
Party is absolutely foolproof, because it's all about embracing renewables and entirely eliminating nuclear power.
Wait, what?
Wait, what? You see, Germany's tree-hugging Green Party was founded in the 1980s, fueled by a fear of nuclear weapons and the possibility of future Chernobyl-style face-melting incidents. Today, those self-righteous anti-nuclear teenagers are all grown up and in a coalition government, still so committed to shutting down Germany's carbon-free nuclear facilities that they'd rather bulldoze towns to make way for new coal mines. That's right, Germany, bow down before your real god. Today, this old-school anti-nuclear Cold War paranoia is working hand in hand with Vladimir Putin's revival of Cold War passive aggression. In reaction to European sanctions, Putin switched off the Nord Stream gas supply, sending Europe into an energy crisis.
So when we talk about who damaged the Nord Stream pipeline, you absolutely, like, I don't have the facts at hand, but you can't ignore this part where the pipeline was shut down, there were negotiations, like they had agreements, they had contracts, there was probably contract defaults built in, like penalties built in. And so the motivations for shutting down Nord Stream is not all black and white. It doesn't automatically mean it's a Russian asset, so America did it. It was a Russian asset that might have meant they were facing financial liabilities. So it was an inconvenient asset because they wanted to shut it off at, like, right here. Right here is when they shut it down first. So we need like the evidence of who blew it up before we can jump to conclusions based on our naive interpretation of motivations.
And then somebody blew it up. Probably unrelated. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
Forcing Germany to dust off their old power stations and come back to good old coal. It now provides the country with over a third of its electricity. Look at it spin! And they aren't the only ones. England closed its last coal mine in 2020, but the European energy crisis has forced the country to keep its power stations running, keeping the black stuff alive in the country that first fully harnessed it 200 years ago, revealing the real inconvenient truth, that being snobby about coal and other fossil fuels was always a privilege of the countries that already built their wealth on top of them. The truth is, real power is concentrated among those who control the energy supply. There's a reason that power and energy basically mean the same thing. The war in Ukraine has wrought havoc on the world's energy market, but that has only been good news for the people who are holding coal. The Australian and South African coal barons have taken full advantage of its soaring price, as European buyers scramble for their supply. While Western governments put sanctions on Russian energy, Western commodity traders are facilitating the transport of Russian coal to India and China. Speaking of the world's largest coal furnace, they have really been feeling the heat this year, with their hottest, driest summer on record decimating their hydroelectric supply. China is making up for it by burning more coal. It now generates more electricity from it than America does from all sources. So the forecast is looking hot and hellish for everyone. Coal released enough energy to build the modern world, but it also holds enough to destroy it. Hey you, guy who just watched this video. Do you like comic books? Because I made one. It's a weird, gory, sci-fi prison comedy, and I think you'll really like it. If you want to know more, check out
Thanks for the
justordinarythings.com, where you can register your interest and become one of the
move
first to
around
get your
this
hands on
video
it. And if you're a patron of the channel, like these lovely
because
people, then you can read the first 5 pages
no one else
right
is
now
supposed to have
on
it.
Patreon.
So.
All right, that's it. See you next time.
Okay. This stream is an exclusive stream. I'm just going to show my speech. I hope that... Hi, everyone. I'm Carl Pauls. I'm a mid-sized content creator in the pro-nuclear space. I've been producing live YouTube shows for Esna.Earth with the benefit of Gabriel Ignetti's help and the support of wonderful people like you. Some of our best shows covered synthetic fuels with Dr. G.K. Surya Prakash and a debunk of Netflix's 3 Mile Island with Lake Barrett. I almost left out this intro from my presentation because my behind-the-scenes activism is so much more consequential. 3 years ago, that's right, it has been 3 years since the last Thorium Energy Alliance conference in Oak Ridge. I'm happy to see you all, and I hope that everyone online enjoys the program. We've made it this far. We're growing and becoming stronger as an advocacy community, and today I'm happy to share with you my journey, my history, and the history of my organizations, our challenges and victories, and what you and I are going to achieve together. 3 years ago, I spoke to you from near my childhood home and delivered a vision for a big tent organization which would move the public towards supporting nuclear energy and other vital climate solutions. I'm excited to show you that there are hidden eco-modernist allies all around us, that we need to develop the consensus-building relationships, and we need to activate the rational and solutions-focused majority for humankind to survive and thrive in the future. I really only became a nuclear advocate after living in Seattle, Washington for a few years. Washington has a complex history with nuclear energy, somewhat ironically connected to my family. My father was a construction site manager at SATSA, and I formed my earliest memories not far from this plant on a massive 1.5 acres of really dense wooded wonderland. Just, you can't replace that. But even before the first Washington Public Power Supply System, or WPS plant, was finished, SATSA would be canceled despite being 75% completed. So my family moved on to where there was more nuclear work in East Tennessee. Intertwining my personal history is the story of the failure and rebirth of nuclear energy in the US. In 1969, the anti-nuclear movement took off with the founding of the Friends of the Earth and the group which would later be renamed Greenpeace. At the same time, the Western US was just getting started with a major electrical system built out, including 20 nuclear reactors. These would be constructed to serve the baby boom echo generation. Unlike in Tennessee, our federal regulator couldn't own the generating resources. And in the 70s, after these projects were already conceived, a new IRS rule prevented the tax-free use of net metering to guarantee the loans. Well, municipal bonds came to the rescue, thankfully. If this was any other federal project, it might have been too big to fail, but WPS is a cobbled-together consumer co-op. It benefited from tax-exempt public bonds, but those bonds needed to return their investment without the enormous lending power of the Federal Reserve. I'm about as old as the project itself, so I don't have a great deal of firsthand knowledge. But I've picked up anecdotes, and combined with the history as written, I think I've got a fair appreciation for this failure. It was the most complex construction project that Washington had ever seen. Around 1980, my dad was writing COBOL code to track jobs and accounts as part of the attempt to control project scope. The scope was increasing partly because of the regulatory change from the AAC to the NRC. My dad once told me the best way to ruin a project was to change the rules halfway through. Of course, there's also some subcontractor mismanagement. The firms had an interest in keeping the money flowing, and there were conflicts of interest, like executives involved in the process of proposing bonds to the public. At the crux of this already failing project was the promise of adding 2 more reactors for a total of 5. If there is currently any hope for old nuclear in America, it's for all of our plants to have more than one reactor. Better labor efficiency, more flexibility, and management consolidations means that today 2-unit plants are more likely to remain open. Whoops's financial viability depended on the twin units Satsuma and Richland being completed. But in 1976, with the help of the burgeoning anti-nuclear movement, the Seattle City Council withdrew City Light from the second reactor projects. The same year, California moved to halt new nuclear, and 1979 saw both the accident at 3 Mile Island and the more directly harmful Church Rock uranium tailings spill. What a career my dad had to look forward to. Less than a decade out of school with a new family, and he went from managing regular civic construction projects to a doomed multi-billion-dollar snarl of subcontracting jobs. Well, I could have been a nuclear engineer, but I didn't spend more than a day thinking about the program at the University of Tennessee. I ran the West Coast to make video games. This environmental stuff became a weekend hobby for me, not something to spend my life's work pursuing. We'd go up the mountain on school retreat, and the tour guides told us all about acid rain and passive house designs that would work with nature. By the 90s, we had solved that acid rain problem with an amendment to the Clean Air Act. Environment wasn't my profession, but another part of the intellectual puzzling over the real world that I was going to give up to my smarter peers. These were the sons and daughters of Oak Ridge scientists and engineers. These were the ones getting perfect SAT scores and wowing the judges at the Future Problem Solvers events. I was just lucky enough to be in the room with them. Well, I've been told the nuclear industry has a bit of a similar self-confidence problem. Prevailing wisdom has prevented us from engaging with the public. This created a big blind spot that I believe what we now have a solution to, but unfortunately, it helped us lose 29 gigawatts of nuclear capacity since 2016. Oh man. So I'm sorry about the audio quality. I was trying not to interrupt myself too much. What's going on is there's a really aggressive audio gate that I didn't solve until much later in the day. So I think it's mostly listenable. However, I know the speech and you might not, so it might be hard for you to pick up everything. Living in Tennessee, when I went to the American Museum of Science and Energy about once a year, I learned all about nuclear. I learned how it made energy. I memorized enough facts to play all the way through that sword-fighting quiz game they had in the 80s. I saw the enormous cross-section of flask trains, the hot cells, mechanical arms. Nothing inspired me to follow my dad's career. I wasn't alone. Looking at the statistics, the number of nuclear engineers graduating in the 90s was at an all-time low. After high school, I moved to Washington, where I did stay involved in activism. I kept up the weekend warrior vibe. I volunteered for the political campaigns that I liked, and I planted trees. Well, if everyone does their own part, and maybe like we ride the bus once in a while, that's going to solve our problems, right? Is that ambitious? I came out of my apathy with the birth of my daughter over a decade later. I was in Seattle and contracting for a AAA games company. I saw the evidence of my limited ambitions, so I'm ready to solve problems. It's serious for me, finally. I've got the resume to do just about anything I want, but my weekend activism wasn't really accomplishing much. We had reduced our emissions since 2008, but it didn't rise to the challenge that my home senator Al Gore had put before us. At his 2006 film, An Inconvenient Truth, the world was headed in the right direction. We changed from Team Red to Team Blue, right? Right? Well, coal changed to gas the way those teams changed. It felt like progress, but it wasn't a real climate solution. The same kind of ugly politics of the 90s was ready for the next changing of the guard. Because in 2016, while Washington was definitely organized against Team Red, and I was on board, I volunteered, I worked hard on weekends especially for Team Blue, underneath it all, there was a much more consequential local issue, the carbon tax. What an amazing concept. We can control carbon emissions by finally penalizing it. Maybe like we beat acid rain, we could beat climate change. Even the Union of Concerned Scientists, which helped lead Even the Union of Concerned Scientists, which helped lead the charge against nuclear energy in the 70s, has said that $25 per ton of carbon tax would save old nuclear plants. This was great. November 2016, and every political engine was firing on all cylinders, right? It was a cakewalk. We're going to win this. Well, it didn't go the way I wanted. Not for Team Blue, not for the carbon tax. Seattle 350 and the connected social justice groups had defeated Washington's carbon tax initiative. That same year, the Seattle City Council passed a new resolution opposing nuclear energy. The anti-climate green political groups were pulling in the opposite direction from what I thought was my own team. I had to know why my own team was so fragmented, why we weren't all working on the same big problems. So I started going to 350 meetings. Just about immediately, I was part of the media team for the anti-fossil fuel Keep It in the Ground campaign. We worked with some Washington tribes, protested against natural gas infrastructure. I started working on media, of course, because of my professional interest, and live streaming and doing all this was absolutely fantastic for the environmental movement. But the refrain from my peers about natural gas was, oh, it's going to blow up, not climate change, not any kind of other side effects, but it's going to blow up. This was immediately following the Dakota Access Pipeline, and media outlets like Democracy Now! Loved everything that we were creating. My own activist revelation was the introduction to thorium. Like many of you, I'm excited by the prospect of a miraculously safe, clean, and carbon-free energy source. What we do here is a great benefit to the nuclear community in general. No matter what your favorite type of reactor is, your advocacy has the potential to move more hidden allies towards climate solutions of the future. Now I want to ask you to take the next step. When I encountered the thorium community, I already had a fair nuclear science background. In the 90s, I received the Atomic Merit Badge, and the very few gaps in my knowledge were easily filled by Gordon McDowell's videos. And his personal advice, by the way. He gave me direct responses in Patreon about the state of the modern nuclear industry. And so I went through it all. I reviewed the Thorium Energy Alliance proceedings, and I found a guy named Nick Turan. He was speaking right down the street from me. The guy is Nick Turan, by the way. This is the story of how I got in touch with Friends of Fission. Nick's speech, I met the other friends of Fission and the Mothers for Nuclear. Scott Montgomery, Jim Conca, and we continued. They benefited from my media skills, and my own YouTube channel hosts some wonderful content from all of our speakers, including those from colleges to nuclear startups. What the founders, Brian and Paula King, have done and continue to do has been far more valuable to our climate than any. The Kings reached out to public officials, which is a very important activity we're going to talk about later today. One of them was Washington Representative Joe Fitzgibbon. Whether his position has changed or not, we benefit from his knowledge of nuclear science and the complexity of climate solutions. Fitzgibbon authored Washington's Clean Energy Transformation Act. This sets a very high price for carbon, for coal, and eventually a price on natural gas. Unlike France's Energy Transition for Green Growth Act, the Washington law does not limit nuclear growth. Of course, we have other laws, and we're going to repeal those, right? But it's not a renewable mandate. It's a clean energy mandate. And if there's any chance that speaking to our representative about nuclear averted a new anti-nuclear law, we better repeat that activism. This is what I think of as the real activism of an eco-modernist. Can you spot the eco-modernist on the screen? It's not tweeting, it's not blogging, it's not even posting videos and podcasts. But those help, so don't stop. Activism is local engagement. It's calling your public officials, no matter how hopeless, and making your case. Some of them will listen, or at least they'll be better equipped to deal with the NIMBYs and crazies who won't stop filling up their inbox. Activism is participating in local groups of all kinds, environmental groups, book clubs, political parties. It's attending energy conferences and utility board meetings. We got to get out of our bubble and network with other people. Over the last decade, the Seattle Friends of Fission has been active at the March for Science and Climate Strike. We've tabled at museums and presented lectures at local bars and venues. We've met with even more public officials and utility board members. We built a small network of nuclear allies and continue to benefit from these relationships. I'm perhaps most proud of the connection that developed after we approached the Pacific Science Center for Climate Week. Turns out there's a fellow named Nathan Myhrvold on their board. He was actually happy to hear that a nuclear advocate group wanted to speak at their facility. Well, he's also on the board of TerraPower. We helped to arrange for a showing of the new fire, and TerraPower was also invited to participate in Climate Week. Well, in late 2018, Team Blue was back on track. This time, I was connected and energized. I put hundreds of hours into a new try on the carbon tax in Washington. But unfortunately, political divisions along party lines this time defeated it. Along the way, I met organizers who worked with the Sunrise Movement and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's Green New Deal. So we absolutely must stay aware and connected, and this is why. Only because of my participation in 350 Seattle did I hear about a letter demanding anti-nuclear provisions in the Green New Deal. The deal's details were actually unknown at this time, but the press reported on these 600 plus signatures as endorsing AOC's plan. But they're actually co-opting. They're asking to prevent nuclear and to prevent carbon capture. That the Green New Deal. So this is the thing I keep ranting about, is preventing nuclear and preventing carbon capture, as if endorsing the Green New Deal is an endorsement of that. So it is literal co-opting of the Green New Deal. And this is, it's not well spoken of. It's not something that is risen to the surface, but I've documented it. I've got a Medium post about it. So this is historical fact. Friends of the Earth, Food and Water Watch co-opted AOC's Green New Deal, and the press was deceived as to the contents of that policy. It's right there, Gizmodo article saying, oh, well, these groups endorsed it. It's a good thing. Here's what's in the Green New Deal. Other press weren't fooled, but the common message was the Green New Deal is anti-nuclear because of this co-opting. Deal was in fact open. The more allies you have on the front lines, the better your chances of fighting against stuff like this. Of course, I did try to object. But more than once, 350 Seattle signed anti-nuclear letters right under my nose. I complained every time, of course. But eventually I found our own nuclear activism to be so consuming that I had no time for 350. I still think it's worthwhile. If you have the time, you don't know where to start, you absolutely should reach out to your local environmental groups. You're not there to argue about nuclear. You're there to pull in the same direction. We want to fix climate change. We want to go towards climate justice and away from delay and defeat. But if anti-nuclearism comes up, you will be ready to act. The Democratic Party has been anti-nuclear for a long time. From Arnold Schwarzenegger to John Kerry and Al Gore, again and again they say, oh, I don't like it. No thanks. But we're going to keep going. In 2020, the Washington State Democratic Party held a virtual state caucus. I ran across coverage of the NW Progressive on that proceeding. I was captivated by this debate. It was within the Democratic Party. It was in favor of nuclear energy. But unfortunately, I wasn't ready to follow up with the speakers. However, I was very lucky. Steve Verhey came looking for me at the Friends of Vision. And after 6 months of canceled meetings and sitting at home playing video games, I took the time to schedule weekly Zoom calls to reconnect with the Friends of Vision community. That's where Steve Verhey found me, and he invited everyone to join the Washington Democrats Environment and Climate Caucus. My Zoom calls became live streams with wonderful speakers like Jim Conca. I was proud to host one of the first Stand Up for Nuclear events. And when COVID had shut down Labor Day at the concert at Seattle Center in 2020, I launched the first Stand Up for Nuclear hybrid event. We even got our picture in the Seattle Times digital edition that week. It was a big empty park. We are the only ones there. Sometimes our public interactions are pleasant, and sometimes not. I've been excluded from events I previously helped host with the Seattle DSA Eco-Socialist Caucus. And at 2020's climate strike, 2021's climate strike, the Physicians for Social Responsibility showed up. They actually co-opted it. They had speeches against nuclear energy. Anti-nuclear groups like PSR have dogged our footsteps for many years. Even the attempts to pass pro-nuclear resolutions in the Environment Caucus have all failed. But we have nudged many influential members of that caucus and members of the public in the right direction. On May 2nd, 2019, there was a serious nuclear incident in the middle of a major American city. This neighborhood has a population of 50,000 people per square mile. Decom workers had accidentally sliced open the cesium radiator source. The Seattle Fire Department responded to Harborview's research building. Unfortunately, it was somewhat late and more serious than anticipated. The HVAC had run for a significant time, I think maybe over an hour, and several workers were put under observation for at least a few days. The cesium source accident at UW's Harborview received no attention from the politicians and anti-nuclear activists who asked us to shut down Columbia Generating Station. The reality of a radiological accident isn't as exciting as it was in movies like Pandora or the China Syndrome. Radiation is the easiest pollution to detect. Paradoxically, while cleanup should be straightforward, because it is so easy to detect and our science around low-dose radiation is so uncertain, we're very timid about the results. I believe that innovation in nuclear activism explicitly demands on speaking more frankly about radiation risk. That means telling the story of Harborview to the public every chance I get. It should be as mundane as the Tacoma Narrows Bridge. Sure, there are nuclear incidents in our past. They're terrible and frankly, really embarrassing. But we don't live in the past. And we're not afraid to drive over a bridge because it might flip upside down and collapse like Tacoma Narrows. If you missed it, there's a bridge called Tacoma Narrows, which is a pretty famous engineering example. It got resonant frequencies involved, and it collapsed. It literally flipped over and collapsed. So that's what I was trying to reference there. And I'm pretty disappointed in the audio. I hope the archive audio has a little bit more than what I have here. Well, now we're getting to the exciting part where it all comes together. Myself, Paula King, and our newest organizer, Lila El Wakil, participated in the Washington Democrats Environment Caucus. Chidam Kaplan headed up an ad hoc committee to delve into the topic of nuclear energy constructively so that our party could build a consensus. At first, these discussions were very heated, but over the course of nearly a year, we pressed onward, collecting papers and responding to one another's citations. By the end of our time, every nuclear energy opponent had withdrawn. I had to end up playing devil's advocate a few times because the other side had simply given up. So we thought, in the end, the non-participation of the anti-nuclear camp was proposed as evidence that the paper was illegitimate. Thankfully, with fair moderation in the caucus, our long Zoom meetings played out this conflict, and it did not go well for the anti-nuclear. We worked hard to complete our report before the Democratic State Party convention. We were rewarded fantastically because at the convention our delegates faced a new anti-nuclear resolution, which thankfully had not passed in committee. Party leadership was not going to rubber stamp another anti-nuclear plan. And so it was put to vote, and we crushed it. 420 delegates voted down the resolution, and only 206 supported it. The Democratic Party has changed. Thank you. I think all it took was a bit of patience, perseverance, and some friendly conversation. So, the nuclear community is coming together. With our success at COP26 and the follow-up in Pittsburgh, there are opportunities for those of you who are willing to travel today to join NAYGN or Generation Atomic or any other of these wonderful groups and become part of our international feet-on-the-ground advocates. Tell your friends and family about the new film Atomic Hope, please. I hope you enjoy it tonight. And tell them to please support nuclear energy. Thank all of you so much. And that's it. So I thank you for telling me that it's basically understandable. I wish it was better, and I wish I could share that with you, but it's not going to present very well in its current form. Gordon McDowell, I worked with Gordon McDowell that weekend, which was a wonderful experience. Really happy to have, sustained that connection. And I ended with "Please support nuclear energy," which is my Twitter catchphrase. So there we go. Any other feedback, I'd be happy to hear it. But yeah, that was pretty fun. The TEAC 11 videos are only available on a private link for the people who wanted to watch it in real time. And if you really, really want to, you should send John Kutch your registration fee, and you should get your t-shirt because he still has t-shirts available, and it would be great to help that event break even. So please go to thoriumenergyalliance.com and register and support the event, get your t-shirt, and you can get the link to watch both days' proceedings as best as I could record them. You saw from me a little behind the scenes. You saw from me doing the production, but I really want to support that. I want to support that event. So this is, I'll show you my opening speech as a teaser to say, hey, you could support Thorium Energy Alliance Conference. However, this content is going to be up on YouTube. It may take Gordon a few weeks, a few months. He's got a family and a job. So we thank Gordon for all that he does. And he will have these edited down. That was smoother than I thought it was. I didn't stumble as much as I used to, especially in my previous TAC 10 speech. And I think that it was good compared to, I read through it 3 or 4 times. I was a little more wooden than in my rehearsals, but I think it was all right. So thanks for watching, and any other feedback, I can take it. So please let me know. It is, yeah, thanks. And I've spent a bit of time training myself up to be at least a passable public speaker, I hope. Of course, Twitch has helped. So, oh yeah, teleprompter. I would be able to look at the audience. I would be able to present and project myself. And in fact, I'm thinking of getting a teleprompter here, and then I can project to the camera. But I also need to move. I need to move this so that I can project to the camera and maybe have an overhead boom arm microphone instead of this one. All good options. But yeah, if I speak directly into the camera and I don't move the microphone with me, you'll lose my voice, I think. So, all right. What am I going to react to next? I see some cringe. I see some cringe here. I see some... Oh, all sorts of interesting stuff. Let's do a blind search for nuclear on YouTube and see if anyone has talked about it lately. This week... Oh no.
Amidst threats from Russia's President Vladimir Putin,
No, this is going to be bad. I have a bad feeling about this.
Amidst threats from Russia's President Vladimir Putin, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services made a purchase that immediately had many eyebrows raising in concern. On October 4th, 2022, the HHS announced that it had purchased $290 million worth of the drug Nplate from Agmin USA Incorporated. Does the U.S. government know something the rest of the world doesn't? Vladimir Putin's threats to use nuclear weapons have been met with global condemnation, but only one country has threatened to respond with, quote, deadly consequences, end quote. Should Putin move to make that faithful decision? The United States is committed to punishing Russia should it make use of even low-yield nuclear weapons.
Okay, this is a little sussy. What is this? What is this narrative?
In its failing war inside Ukraine. President Joe Biden, his cabinet, and the Department of Defense have all refused to answer questions on exactly what this response would be, leaving the world to guess as to what the U.S. may have planned. It's extremely unlikely that the response would be a similar nuclear attack, as the United States is committed to only using nuclear weapons in defense of itself, its allies, and those nations it has extended its nuclear umbrella to. These nations may not be formal allies of the United States, but are considered U.S. soil when it comes to the use of nuclear weapons, and a nuclear attack on them is considered a nuclear attack on America itself.
Okay, let's look at that. Come on, back up. Come on, frame. There we go. Right, so this is called, this is basically, it's almost NATO, but it's like these are nations that host nuclear weapons. So, NATO, EU, Tunisia, UK, Israel, Morocco, Kuwait, Taiwan, Thailand, Philippines, New Zealand, Argentina, Bahrain, Jordan, South Korea, Japan, Egypt, Australia. These are people who have signed the Non-Proliferation Treaty. In other words, they would pursue a nuclear weapons program, except we said, okay, you've got our guns, right? So they don't get guns, they get to use our guns in the event that there is a nuclear war. Interesting? Yeah, interesting. I can't wait to hear what the narrative is going to be. Let's find out.
This not only helps reassure nations around the world, but is meant to deter them from building their own nuclear weapons programs, thus ensuring non-proliferation of these deadly weapons. But there is one other scenario where the U.S. has reserved the right to use nuclear weapons, and that's in a first strike capacity. This doctrine is meant to discourage other nations from taking escalatory measures, including the use of alternative weapons of mass destruction, such as biological or chemical weapons, by guaranteeing a nuclear response from America. Though this is only in extreme circumstances, so the United States nuclear doctrine does not extend to the issue of Ukraine. What is certain is that a response from the U.S. to Putin's use of nukes in Ukraine will be an economic one, with America and its friends and allies leveraging their considerable political clout.
Wait, haven't we already embargoed?
To completely remove Russia from the world economy. This would turn Russia into a hermit kingdom overnight, and as devastating as it would be, this wouldn't lead to nuclear...
Wait, didn't we already try this? What are you talking about? We've already embargoed. What's left to embargo?
war, and doesn't explain why the Department of Health and Human Services bought almost $300 million worth of medicine to use in case of a nuclear attack. That's where the second likely response by the United States comes into play, because the use of nuclear weapons inside Ukraine by Russia is all but certain to at last bring the United States into the fight. Former director of the CIA and commander of U.S. forces in Afghanistan, David Petraeus, hypothesized that a U.S. response to the use of nukes by Russia would include an overwhelming conventional attack against every Russian position inside Ukraine. This would likely involve NATO partners and be carried out via a massive air campaign launched from NATO bases in the heart of Europe. The United States has already pre-positioned B-52s in Europe, capable of bringing apocalyptic levels of firepower raining down on the heads of Russian personnel. And multiple air wings of U.S. air superiority fighters are permanently based across various American military bases in Europe. Under pressure from Ukrainian forces, Russian forces would quickly collapse under the weight of American air power, even accounting for inevitable losses from Russian air defenses. U.S. stealth aircraft could also reach targets that Ukraine simply cannot, such as logistics hubs, lines of communication, and command and control nodes deep in the rear areas. Staging grounds in Crimea would certainly come under direct attack, and the Kerch Bridge, recently bombed, likely by the Ukrainians, would certainly be eliminated. Russia's dense S-400 and S-300 protective air defense network would be penetrated by stealth aircraft with low observable standoff attack munitions. But that's only the start of the U.S. response, as America would seek to brutally punish Russia for the use of nuclear weapons. As Russian forces are under attack on land, the Russian Black Sea Fleet would have its days numbered. A high priority for the U.S., Russia's Black Sea Fleet threatens Ukraine's trade routes due to its ability to block off ports along the southern coast of the country. It was also this fleet that made it impossible for Ukraine to ship its grain internationally, threatening a global food crisis. Now, NATO-supplied ground-based anti-ship weapon systems have given Ukraine some capability to keep Russian ships off their shores, but ultimately most of its merchant ships are unable to leave Ukraine due to the Russian Black Sea Fleet. The destruction of the Russian Black Sea Fleet would be a crippling blow to Russia's ability to project power in the area, but it would also have a massive financial cost as well. U.S. LRASMs, or long-range anti-ship missiles, are the world's first stealth anti-ship missile, a very low observable weapon designed to penetrate very dense air defense networks and deliver a 1,000-pound warhead to a ship. A single blow from an LRASM can be enough to sink smaller to medium-sized vessels, such as a destroyer, if it hits it in the right place. With billions of dollars of hardware sent to the bottom of the Black Sea, Russia would not only take a massive military hit, but a financial one as well. And all that hardware would take decades to replace after tallying the effects of the current and future sanctions alongside a shrinking economy. There's no question that a U.S. response would be devastating for Russian forces, but perhaps that's exactly why the Department of Health and Human Services has proactively bought nearly $300 million in drugs designed to fight radiation sickness. Suffering such an overwhelming and humiliating defeat, Vladimir Putin would have two options: admit defeat and end the war, or escalate further with nuclear attacks against the U.S. There's no evidence that Russia is actually moving to use nuclear weapons, and it's unknown if the DHHS is buying these drugs in response to any expected attack. What is known is that the purchase was undertaken under the authority of the 2004 Project BioShield Act, which was meant to better prepare the U.S. against nuclear, chemical, or biological attack. Nplate is used for both adults and children to treat extreme blood loss that occurs after severe radiation exposure. Because radiation can destroy blood platelets, small wounds can lead to huge bleeds, endangering lives. Nplate stimulates the body's natural ability to build platelets, so as to rebuild the ability to clot blood and thus avoid bleedouts. It's not known exactly how many doses were bought, but it does not seem as if they were purchased to send to Ukraine in case of an escalation by Putin. Rather, this seems to be part of the DHHS's plan to keep a steady resupply of emergency medications at constant readiness. Because drugs like these often have a limited shelf life, the agency regularly buys drugs to replace those which are soon to expire, giving the soon-to-be expired drugs back to the manufacturer to quickly sell on the marketplace. This makes procurement costs cheaper for the government and ensures a ready supply in case of emergency. The Department of Health and Human Services may simply be further enhancing its preparedness for a disaster, but the timing is very suspicious. What this means about the future of the Ukrainian conflict is unknown, but as the war drags on and Russian losses mount, the consequences of the war might end up with global and possibly even world-ending repercussions. Now go check out one of our early predictions, and this is how the...
Okay, why don't we do that with insulin? Riddle me this, Batman. So I dropped the link in the chat. That was all right. Yeah. Should you get iodine? No. Moving on. The world's first nuclear waste tomb in Finland. Oh, Oklo, based.
On Finland's west coast, they've been generating nuclear power for more than 40 years. For the first time anywhere in the world, they're going to bury it more than 400 meters down in the bedrock. This is being built to last 100,000 years. It is an extraordinary time span. Go back that long and it's a period of ice. and mammoths and woolly rhinos, and modern humans hadn't even set foot in Europe. But that's the kind of timescale that's required when you're dealing with nuclear waste. Robots
Not actually.
will pack used nuclear fuel into double-layered.
I mean, it's good, I guess, but do we need to isolate it for millions and millions of years?
Metal canisters that will be lowered down a shaft to remotely controlled trucks that will then ferry them into the tunnels, where they'll be cocooned in water-absorbent clay. Experts from Britain and elsewhere are watching Finland's progress.
So we have 70 years worth of waste in the UK. It's not going anywhere unless we do something with it, and we have to take action to make sure this is managed responsibly, not just for now, but for the long term as well.
On Finland's west coast...
Okay, this is all right. Nuclear threat safety drills. I'm going to skip that one. Oh, there's a longer version of this. I'm going to get another snack, and you can react to this while I'm listening on my phone.
On Finland's west coast, they've been generating nuclear power for more than 40 years, temporarily storing highly radioactive waste in shielded bunkers.
So we are going underground.
Now, for the first time anywhere in the world, they're going to bury it more than 400 meters underground. The bedrock is 1.9 billion years old, and studies suggest it's an ideal nuclear tomb.
The rock itself, like in the whole area in Finland, as in general, is very stable. We have old rock, we don't have continental plates, earthquakes, seismicity, things like that.
These tunnels will eventually stretch for 40 miles and hold 6,500 tons of spent nuclear fuel. Once full, they'll be backfilled and the whole complex sealed in while the radioactivity safely decays. This is being built to last 100,000 years. It is an extraordinary time span. Go back that long and it's a period of ice and mammoths and woolly rhinos, and modern humans hadn't even set foot in Europe. But that's the kind of timescale that's required when you're dealing with nuclear waste. The waste will be packed in double-layered metal canisters slotted into holes bored in the floor of the tunnels. They'll be swaddled in the same absorbent material that's used in cat litter, multiple barriers that are designed to keep radioactivity locked in.
We can look in if you come to this side.
The boss says such deep disposal is far safer than leaving nuclear waste on the surface.
On the surface, the interim storage needs active measures from humans. It needs to be, building needs to be heated, spent fuel must be cooled, there must be security around it. If you look at generation forward, you cannot really see that kind of an arrangement would be risk-free enough.
Experts from Britain and elsewhere are watching Finland's progress. 4 possible sites for burying the UK's waste have been shortlisted in Cumbria and Lincolnshire.
So we have 70 years worth of waste in the UK that's already accumulated from energy production, defence, industrial processes, and it's not going anywhere unless we do something with it, and we have to take action to make sure this is managed responsibly.
In Finland, winning over local people has been as important as the engineering. Yrjokki is just 10 miles away, but the nuclear industry is a big employer, and the mayor says support for the waste site is high.
They know nuclear and final disposal in this area much more than, for example, in the areas we doesn't have nuclear power plants. And that trust has developed during 4 decades.
Finland is decades ahead in finding a solution for its nuclear waste. there is a growing consensus that the 260,000 tonnes piled up worldwide can't be left for future generations to clean up. Thomas Moore, Sky News in Western Finland.
The mini budget was really the culmination of the economic policies that have been put in place since the Brexit vote.
A very particular idea of sovereignty over economic good sense.
We couldn't ship anything to the EU, nothing.
It's bordering on disastrous.
No, autoplay
the
bad.
Brexiteers haven't really...
No autoplay. I think Oncarlo could be expanded quite a bit. I don't know if it is capable of picking up all that, but really good potential, I think. Okay, I'm back. And are we going to continue reacting to nuclear videos? I'll have to think about that. People are dropping off a bit. Of course, there's bigger channels out there, but thank you for sticking with me. What are we going to talk about next? I don't want to react to those. A little bit of fear porn. A little bit of sussy content. Because the IAEA has talked about this. So let's go to the source. No, that's not it. IAEA.org. October 18th. Well, I don't see it yet. Let's see. Right? Check that out. So, literally, they got replaced. Anyways. So these are out of date. Is that Schellenberger? We can react to that.
If you asked me before I did my homework, nuclear power, I would have said, no, wait, man, it's way too dangerous. You got better alternatives. It's a boogeyman. My next guest says nuclear power is the opposite of the boogeyman. It could be the good guy that could solve the climate crisis and help you save at the pump. Let's bring in Michael Schellenberger, true free agent, friend of show, author of San Francisco, Why Progressives Ruin Cities. It's good to have you, brother. Thank you for being back.
Good to be with you, Chris.
So let's do it this way. First, in terms of what we use versus what other people use when it comes to nuclear. I'll put up the graphic with the numbers and then you explain. We use 19% for all the scare tactics about nuclear energy. Sweden uses 39%. France, 67%. Does that mean that Sweden and France are crazy?
It actually makes it very sensible. You know, they have some of the cheapest electricity in Europe, certainly much cheaper than Germany, which has been shutting down its nuclear plants, much cheaper than Denmark. which is a heavy investor in wind. Germany and Denmark have the most expensive electricity, and Sweden and France have some of the cheapest. A lot of people are surprised that the United States has so much electricity from nuclear. It is by far the largest source of zero carbon energy in the United States, which is why most climate scientists, people like myself, changed our minds. I was very afraid of nuclear, like many people, but I learned the facts about it, and I've become a big supporter of it.
Yeah, well, here's why. Because you're okay with people glowing and dying. Because nuclear power is very unsafe, and that's why we've been closing down the plants. Because if it leaks, you die. I've seen The Simpsons.
Right, absolutely. And then therefore, you know that nuclear waste is also a green liquid.
Yes.
Certain myths that I held as well. Well, nuclear weapons are definitely dangerous. That's why people are so afraid of them. It's why you have deterrence. It's why we don't go to war with the Russians or with the Chinese. But nuclear power plants are actually, shockingly, the safest way to make reliable electricity. And the reason is because they don't produce any deadly air pollution or deadly water pollution. The waste that we worry about is just the used fuel rods. And there's a tiny amount of them. A single Coke can of uranium is enough, provides enough fuel to power my entire high energy life and yours too. And then it comes out the end as used fuel, and it's.
Oh yeah, he was being sarcastic, by the way. It's hard to tell sometimes. Heavy sarcasm.
Stored on a basketball.
About the Simpsons and all, and the glowing green sludge. Yes, sarcasm.
Court, you can actually fit all of the used nuclear waste in the United States on a single football field, stacked about 50 feet high.
And can you store it safely?
Absolutely. One of the funny things, because I'm an environmentalist, I never worked in the industry or for the industry. And when I ask people in the industry, why do you need to bury it? Nobody gives you a good reason. It's almost like a kind of burial ritual, like they're trying to turn it to the underworld. For me, as an environmentalist, what you want out of an energy source is to have the waste stored at the site of production and not be moving it around, not be buried. Keep a good close look on it, because then in 100 years, we'll use it in advanced reactors, because over 95% of the energy is still in the used fuel rod.
And to anybody says, well, there it is, there's the catch. Hey, next time you're looking at your house, talk to environmentalists about your oil tank. Okay, they will go after you forever about oil leaking in there. So it's not like this is unique to nuclear. Last point. Here's the thing, though. Environmental, green, and nuclear do not go together. This is like the opposite of it. It's all toxic as opposed to keeping things cleaner and better. And that's why we need solar.
Well, the funny thing is, if you do a full life cycle analysis where you look at the mining all the way to the waste, nothing compares to nuclear. It's the cleanest and the greenest. Only nuclear captures and contains all of its waste. The cost of storing its waste is built into the price of electricity. Every solar panel in the United States is destined for landfills. They become hazardous waste after they're pulled off your roof. There is no solution for solar panel waste because it doesn't make sense economically to recycle them. You can just get raw materials. Fossil fuels obviously emit their pollution into the environment. So this is the great irony. Nuclear is the cleanest and safest way to make electricity. Basically, everything people thought about nuclear power turned out to be wrong.
Short and sweet. Good video. Let's give you the link to that.
If you asked me before.
Yeah, I don't need any fear porn. We're gonna be avoiding that propaganda today. Oh, this is a good one. Yeah. Is this an ad? Yeah, it is. This is an ad. So I'm going to talk about it. Let's just react. I'll just read the whole thing. This is an ad from Georgia Power. They're the Vogtle completed, and so they're celebrating the start of the Vogtle Unit 3 fuel load. Teams at Plant Vogtle have started loading fuel into the Unit 3 reactor core. Highly trained technicians and operators are working around the clock to safely remove 157 assemblies from the spent fuel pool and load them one by one into the reactor's core. When operating, Vogtle Unit 3 will be a clean energy source producing 0 emissions. Ad. But I like it, and this is good. And so, we've been waiting a very long time to get these AP1000s online. They've suffered a great deal of obstruction from hostile regulators. And I don't, I'm not just saying that to be contrarian. Greg Yasko is literally a wind salesman right now. He was the head of the NRC and definitely involved in delaying the VC Summer and the Vogtle projects. And he required extra simulation of air impacts following 9/11. No, not even following 9/11. That was way after. We had already simulated some to a degree, and then following Fukushima, he asked for more simulations. So, let's see. Oh, this is bound to be contentious.
Hi, I'm Ann Gaviola. Welcome to the Peak on Global, where we break down what's trending in the business world and what you need to know to stay ahead of the curve. Joining me now is Brett Chang from the Peak Podcast. Welcome, Brett.
Hey, Ann, great to be with you as always.
Let us talk about nuclear energy, because apparently it's making a comeback. So there are signs of this all around the world, and this is pretty interesting for an energy source that was on the decline before Russia's war in Ukraine and Europe's energy crisis.
It's still on the decline. I mean, it absolutely tanked following Fukushima Daiichi, which was over a decade ago. The difference, of course, is that it accelerated after that, and Germany has taken off the last of our reactors. In fact, it seemed to have accelerate with Trump in office. If you think about it, we went down 29 gigawatts since 2018. That's only 4 years. And we lost 29 gigawatts. So this is a precipitous drop, and it's leveled out. So it stabilized before the war in Ukraine. And now we've got more problems.
This were, both catalysts for this renewed interest and investment in this suddenly very en vogue power source. What do you think of all this, Brett?
So nuclear power got a bad rap in the 90s and early 2000s. So between Chernobyl and 3 Mile Island and Fukushima, all these disasters, there is a stigma attached to nuclear power that thankfully is going away, because a lot of experts look at nuclear power and they think this is the only way for us to really decarbonize our electrical grids. And that's exactly what's happened in Ontario. The only way that we were able to get away from coal was through nuclear and hydro. And so it's great to see nuclear in a resurgence now. And like you mentioned, many governments in Europe are looking at their power grids and thinking, how do we make up for that lack of Russian gas? They've been cut off effectively from Russian gas, and they're going to nuclear as a great alternative to that. And I think it's probably good for the world.
Yeah, there's renewed investment and interest in the U.S. and Canada as well. I do want to say this is a very serious topic, but can we agree that we can't be friends with people who pronounce it nuclear? That to me is as bad as saying
memes.
Espresso. Just saying.
Well, it's like someone saying tomato. That's just not how you say the word.
I mean, we can agree to disagree on that one, and we'll probably come back to this one because I think it's a real developing story and a trend. Now, switching gears, new this week, most employers in Ontario are required to have a policy detailing how and why they electronically monitor also known as spying or keeping tabs on their employees. So this is a
wow, that's a topic shift. Was that it? Okay. Well, that's it for nuclear in that video, so you can watch the rest on your own. The clickbait. Oh, let's find out the peak. Let's find the peak. Canadian, eh? There, of course, is the Peak podcast. Go check them out. Sounds like they are at least reasonable on nuclear energy. Bloomberg Markets and Finance, the role of nuclear energy.
You've dealt with nuclear energy for years now, so give us your sense of the role of nuclear energy potentially in getting to net zero.
Well, I think nuclear can play a huge role, at least in the transition from fossil fuels to renewables.
Based New Jersey, like 50% nuclear or something like that. Lots of nuclear.
Renewables are not yet base energy. They're peak shaving. And we're a 24/7 society, as is the rest of the world. The world is 24/7. And nuclear is the only form of base power that releases no regulated pollutants or greenhouse gases while it's producing power. And we have an incredible safety record here in this country on nuclear, and actually with few, obviously, very huge exceptions, being Chernobyl and what happened in Fukushima Daiichi. Overall, worldwide, it's been safe and getting safer all the time. I mean, the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission is considered the gold standard on regulatory oversight of nuclear reactors. I don't think, given costs and time, that we're going to see any more large reactors built in this country, certainly. They are being built in China. They're being built around the world, and we can certainly play a part in developing the parts for those reactors. But I see the future for nuclear right now being in the small modular reactors.
Well, let's get to that in a moment. But first of all, give us a sense of the scope of it already. One of the things that I have learned is nuclear is actually one of the few things that really don't have emissions that can be taken to scale. I think something like 20% of energy in the United States is generated by it, 70% in France.
Right. And, you know, you saw an example of what happens when you take nuclear offline. When California took the San Onofre nuclear reactor offline, their emissions went up and the cost of their energy went up. I mean, it was totally counter to everything that they were hoping to achieve, in my mind. And so what I've found over time is that if you have an opportunity to talk to people and answer their very real questions, I mean, it's normal to have questions about the safety, and you should ask them. But the answers are really good, and they're based on our history. You can prove that, in fact, these things work. And once you do that with people, they get much more comfortable with the idea of nuclear. It's just that for so long, it's been used as, frankly, a fundraiser a lot of times for the environmental groups. And we need to get the public to understand, particularly with the new small modular reactors that are built in a contained facility. They can be placed on site. They're much safer technology. They are a much safer way to produce the nuclear energy. So overall, they are really, I believe, have the potential to make a huge difference, particularly if you think about the rural parts of America where you're not on the grid or you're not close to the grid. You can take a small modular reactor and provide power for an entire town or an entire business. So they have a lot of potential there.
So let's pursue that question of safety, because that is on a lot of people's minds, without a doubt. And as you've mentioned, we've had some horrific instances. Is the issue with safety that people don't realize that actually the track record is quite good for nuclear, or is it technological developments such as you're referring to, small modular reactors?
No, I think it's because people just don't know. They don't understand. I mean, I get a lot of questions, I used to in the past, about, well, what about the spent rods? And first of all, I tell them from when we had 102 nuclear reactors in this country, and you took all those spent rods and you put them in one place, you'd fill up one football field to the height of the goalposts. They may have gotten slightly above that now because this was data from several years ago. But the point being, it's not this massive thing, this size of the state of Vermont, that people kind of have in their minds. And the other thing is that what's in those spent rods is 87 to 90% fissionable material, meaning unused energy. And in France and Japan, they figured out how to reprocess that and to get the energy out of those rods, rendering that what you have is the quote unquote bad stuff to down to 15%, let's say. And it can't be used in a nuclear weapon. So it's much easier to store, much less to store. You have a lot of unused power just sitting there in these spent rods. And we should be using that technology as well. And people have to understand, and when you explain it to them, you can't take one of these rods from a nuclear reactor and put it in a missile. It's not the same technology. It won't work that way. And the other thing that explained to them, because one of the most immediate...
Okay, so I really got to disagree with the former governor here. You can technically pyroprocess and extract plutonium, but that mixed isotope plutonium will make the weapon a weaker bomb. So you'd be breaking international laws, international treaties. You'd be breaking international treaties. You would be conducting a very, very expensive pyroprocessing separation, and you would not even have a full-strength weapon. And as we know, the rocket equation is a very big deal for ICBMs. So why would you do it? Why wouldn't you just do the cheaper practice of taking U-238 and throwing some neutrons at it and breeding some plutonium-239? Easy. It just takes a bit of electricity and a pile of uranium and a fuser. Sorry, the FBI is coming for me. Open up. Like, it's that easy to breed plutonium. You just need depleted uranium. That's probably why depleted uranium is now a little bit more highly regulated. So it's extremely easy to make some plutonium. To get that started, like to get your nuclear program together, people usually build a uranium bomb first. But the more refined plutonium bomb, it's really easy for us to produce that stuff. Maybe I'm missing something, but from the physics perspective, U-238 plus a neutron eventually turns into Pu-239, and that's the weapons material. That's what we got to watch out for. It's literally A plus B equals C. It's that simple. It's none of this pyroprocessing. You just throw neutrons at 238 and hope they capture.
Immediate issues that we had in this country was 3 Mile Island. And when that went down, the operators in the utility itself, in the reactor itself, were never exposed to high levels of radiation. And they've been tracked ever since. There were no releases into the community.
There were no significant releases. There was probably a little bit of gas that was a radioactive noble gas, so no one got exposed to it.
And even those who were right there in the reactor had no adverse reaction to what happened. And in fact, it was because they overrode the system, really, that you had the partial meltdown. Fukushima Daiichi, that wasn't because of the earthquake, it was because of the tsunami. And that was because they had their backup power, their generator, located physically in the reactor building. After 9/11, our Nuclear Regulatory Commission said to our nuclear industry, you got to move those out. They cannot be co-located with the reactor itself. So that kind of thing can't happen.
Right, common mode failure. Quite correct. But also, don't put it below grade. Also, you need to have a forklift operator on call all the time. Also, you need to have the forklift there all the time. Yeah, there's so many regulations that changed after Fukushima Daiichi.
Happen here anymore.
Just this week, we saw an announcement of a deal to acquire Westinghouse Electric, basically on the premise that, in fact, we're going to have more nuclear energy. Do you anticipate that in the United States?
Well, I certainly hope we do, but it was, not even 10 years ago, I guess, there were four proposed reactors, 2 in Georgia and 2 in South Carolina, and we were very hopeful that those were going to come in on budget and on time, and they both ran over, and the utilities decided in each case that it just wasn't worth going forward. So it is a question of cost and regulatory hurdles, but you want to have those regulations in place because that's what protects the community and makes sure that things are safe and streamline how you approach them so that you make them go through all the hoops they have to for safety, but to put it to the front of the line.
Yeah, Christine Todd Whitman, governor of New Jersey. I expect she knows a few things about nuclear energy.
Get this power online. The big problem we have, though, when you talk about all of this...
And an EPA administrator. There you go.
...is the grid itself. It's old. It needs to be revamped. It can't handle a lot of new power coming in. And that's one of the big challenges that seems to get overlooked a lot when we're talking about these issues. Again, you go back to small modular reactors, which can actually function on their own.
She's talking about island mode. And it's not just that it's a small reactor, it's that they have so many reactors that they can operate in island mode. And we saw this at Zaporizhia, where the last LWR was running at like 25-50% capacity, just barely generating electricity and using that power to keep all of the reactors cool. And that's what island mode is like, where you have one SMR module running, powering the cooling systems for the entire facility and keeping it ultra safe. The other things, though, is that Zaporizhia, they have backup generators ready to go. So if all plants went offline, you would have a backup generator to cool the last one down, the operating one, cool that one down. And then for an SMR, the difference is that they are cooled indefinitely by passive circulation and by air cooling after the water boils off. So first stage is the water is going to dissipate the initial thermal load, and then as that vessel drains, as it evaporates, because of course it's hot water, the shell of the reactor vessel is going to start to, reject heat into the air directly. So eventually that water is going to go down low, and then it will be low enough power, low enough heat coming off of that reactor module that it can passively reject the heat to the atmosphere. So that's it. It's not that scary because it's such a small individual, like 80 megawatts, maybe 100 megawatts in the future. These things are so small that once they reach a very, very low, like a 1 or 2 megawatt thermal power level, that they can just reject the heat to the air.
What about the grid? Are we investing in the grid? We have the bipartisan infrastructure bill. We also have the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which had money in there as well. Is there money in there for the grid? Is it enough?
There is money in there for the grid. Whether it's enough or not, I doubt it. Hopefully, the money that's there will be spent in a way that ensures that nothing is wasted, because we need every penny of it. Certainly, every penny that's in there is needed to get the grid updated and to where it needs to be in order to accept the new power, whether it's from nuclear or renewables. I mean, they're going to depend on that as well.
I love that video. That was great. Christy Todd Whitman.
Fusion power has...
We don't need to hear about fusion. Christine Todd Whitman, former EPA administrator and New Jersey governor. I'm feeling like some more games. How about some games? Games. What game should I play? So we started with games. We had some reacts. We had some chats. and I'm going to finish my stream out with games, and then I'll raid into someone who's doing probably React content. Or maybe I'll pick up another thing. Oh, hey, is anyone interested in calling in? We could do a call-in game. So I did Hard Space Shipbreaker. I might be able to do that again. It's pretty fun. Why isn't that in my favorites? Let's add that to favorites. Where is my favorites? Oh, there it is. Star. Among Us. I don't know. Everspace. So I upped my memory frequency 1 step, and I've been stable all day. In fact, Shipbreaker has not slowed down. It has not glitched on me yet, which is really encouraging. So that's making me happy. I think I should play Shipbreaker again and see if I can get it to glitch on me. Because if it doesn't, then I've been suffering in silence for no good reason. What else do I have to do? Oh, I've got just a few things that I'm cleaning up in Fleet Command, but I don't need to watch this like a hawk, I think. So, yeah, I can speed this one up, and then I'll be good to go. All right. Can close that, and I can open a serious game. The question is, which game am I going to play? And I think it's going to be Shipbreaker. So, how do I get us started? I move some of this stuff to here, and I move Shipbreaker back to the center. I press play, and now we got to change our category. Yeah, if anyone wants to call in, just say something in chat, and I'll work it up so that we can chat while we're hanging out. I'm going to change categories back. And this is going to go back to, the subtitle is going to be great. Unions in Space. Unions in Space. Now it's bigger screen, and I'll change my camera a little bit smaller. Yeah. Should I start a new no revival campaign? Oh, I'm going to skip a lot of stuff. Maybe if I survive past the 6th, 7th, or 8th rank, I'll start going through the plots and start reading it. But I've just got to keep my cool about me and not die, because this is no revival Shipbreaker. Okay, greetings. So this is, I got revived again. What am I going to be, Total Recall? Are we chicken, plastic-free, vegetarian, or entomotarian? That's vegetarian plus bugs. I think I'm going to do vegetarian plus bugs. Eat the bugs, eat the bugs. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, contract whatever. What could go wrong? Skip training. And skip cutscene.
Hello, Cutter 9346-52. Your automated Lynx onboarding experience will now begin. Please observe this important message.
Astronauts allowed to get married. Well, yes, you can get married, but you might need to save some of your DNA because the spares process not so reliable. Oh yeah, by the way, the original body is destroyed when they make your spare. Oops. And holy cow, that's a lot of debt. Why is that? Why is it so expensive to have immortality? Well, $7.50 to show me my fee report? All right. I like that they make you hold down the thumb. It's kind of a fun, like, interactive. I think it just might be expensive to bring someone back to life. Okay, here's my first and second, and I'm hazard level 2 cleared because I skipped. I'm not going to read my messages yet.
Welcome aboard. The name's Weaver. I'm the foreman for yourself and a couple of others.
Do I get to get tethers yet? I don't. I need to. So I need to crack on to clearance 4 in order to get tethers. So I need to maximize my points in this first one, and all these are the same. So I'm gonna go for this one because I think I can clear it faster, I think. Actually, let me think about this. Which one can I clear the fastest? The extra nacelles on this one are good. And this one. If this one has 6 nacelles, that's really good. That's why I choose this one. Right? No nonsense? Yeah. It's just more economical. Okay, so I didn't get 6 nacelles. I got 2 nacelles, unfortunately.
Aluminum goes in the furnace. Try to salvage the entire ship if you can.
The whole buffalo.
Using the whole buffalo. You'll hit your certs faster that way and start knocking out that debt of yours. Okay. Your primary goal is to get to the next rank. Good luck out there, Cutter. We were out.
Okay, did I cut correctly this time? Yes, I did. Look at that. Woo! Smooth.
Material deposited. Account credit applied. Processor deposit accepted.
Okay.
Awarded. Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
I just yank stuff out the front. I should do this more often. If I can just yank stuff out the front at the beginning.
Deposit secured. Credits awarded.
This is my speedrun game. If I ever try to do speedruns, this is it. Okay. Whoop. What did I kill? Okay. Careful now.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied. Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
Yeah, they keep charging me for that aluminum cut. But I'm trying to be fast, so I will live with it.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Deposit accepted for processing. Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
I'll just go ahead and apologize if you're watching this on mobile phone. I know that the motion can make you a little bit nauseous. So I will do my best not to be super fast, but I am kind of speedrunning, so
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
let's go.
Valuable object accepted for processing.
Uh-oh, did I lose a light? I don't think so.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Give me that light.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit. Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred. Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
All right.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Hack and slash. Let's go.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
I've gotten into the habit of using Stinger for these. They're small enough and they're more difficult. They're just difficult to.
Back to the kiosk on the starting platform to fill up your O2. Blue ain't your color.
Wait, is there oxygen in here? Let's find out.
Valuable object
I've got lots. I've got loads of time. Oh, no. Where are you going? Okay, oxygen.
Credit applied.
There we go.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
What else is in here? Patch kit. I'll leave that for an emergency. I'm also like stress testing my machine because I got OBS 28.1 here, and I upped my memory frequency on my PC. I was just really tired of it. You know, the performance was like, I wonder if there's anything I can do before I buy an upgrade. And yes, indeed, there was. It has worked out pretty well so far. I might bump it up a little more tonight. I have a stream tomorrow. I have paid streams coming this week. So I really need to stress test it. And it's a patch kit. Okay. Anything else in there? Just lights. Okay, what's next? What's on there? Nothing. There, also nothing. And there. A third nothing.
Object processed. Transferring credits.
Oh no, there's a light on that one. Don't burn, light. Don't burn. It's worth like a whole $3,000. What is that?
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Oh no. Oh god, I missed something. Well, that's life. Okay, now the question is, what's the most efficient way I can get through this component?
Applying credit.
I think if I cut here... Whoa. What? Okay. That was weird torsion. Got contorted by that. And why oh why is that door sticking out? It's good to save these doors, but it's not always possible.
Processor deposit.
Okay.
Credits awarded.
Pick up the lights while I can. Super inefficient to salvage all those, but
5 minutes left in this shift, Cutter.
it's feeling good. Oh, I don't have tethers yet. Oh, too heavy. Come on. I have too much mass to overcome the not frame of reference, not the moment of inertia. Okay, so now is it enough? Yes, now it's enough. Oh, and there's another piece there. So now that I can get through the moment of inertia, I can move that thing. It's like just barely enough. Go, go, go.
Salvage goal reached. Rewards assigned.
Okay, one more salvage goal.
Hey, Cutter. I need you to head back to the kiosk on the starting platform to fill up.
Is there more O2 in here?
We were out.
No, there isn't. Is there more salvage stuff here? There's the atmosphere regulator. No, that's a patch kit. Okay. Pick that clean.
Warning. Oxygen reserves are critical.
Oh, there's still a few more bits on this. There is... oh. Actually, nothing worthwhile. And that was the last salvage goal. So, can I finish my salvage before I run out of air? That will save me like 10,000. Yes, got it. Oh no, what's that? Oh, come on. Nope. Don't suffocate.
Material accepted. Credits
I'm just gonna bail. I don't need the last bit. I made it. 4.9 out of what, 5 point some million? 2.4% destroyed. Yeah. Oh yeah, barely 5 million. So I hope I hit Cert 5 with my second ship. That's my goal here.
Good morning, Cutter 9346-52. Lynx would like to share the following inspirational message. The greatest reward in life is the chance to work hard at work worth doing.
I need tethers. And I can't get anything else. And we cleared that in one day. One game day. So next, this one should get me enough points to get to Cert 5.
Cutter, it is my distinct honor and privilege.
This one is interesting.
The crew in our sector. Sound off, everyone.
Hey, Rook. Name's Liz. I was the worm until you showed up, so thank you. Now I get to do the hazing.
What are you talking about? We don't do that. Welcome aboard. Don't listen to her. I'm Dee Dee.
Hey, I'm Kai.
Kai, your mic's still messed up.
How about now?
Better.
Oh, hey, I'm Kaido. Kai.
Mic's still busted, huh?
Oh, yeah, still waiting on the wreck to get through.
Heaven forbid they give us functional gear.
I'm sure they're working on it as fast as they can. Cutter, I added you to the sector comms channel. It can get lonely out here. Helps to check in with each other from time to time. All right, enough chin-wagging. Let's get back to it. Weaver out.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Clean cut.
Later, Rook. Material accepted. Credits assigned.
Okay, what's next? Yank stuff out of here. Don't drift.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied. Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
I don't want to pull that stuff towards me too hard. It will actually damage my suit and kill me. I did that. That's why I failed on the previous playthrough.
Secured. Credits awarded. Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
This is a really fun physics game. I mean, it's just a little bit intuition and a little bit instinct or a little bit physics understanding will get you pretty far in this game. Okay, now here I want to cut a little more carefully. Oh, that's nice.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
And now I can do this.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded. transferred.
Oh, I want this off. I don't need to save every bundle of wires. Like, these are, what, a couple thousand each? Not really worth it, because I can just move that whole thing into the processor.
Raw material processed. Credits deposited. Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
I didn't need to tear that apart. I misidentified this ship. Oh no, I misidentified the part. It's this one that I wanted to cut on that joint.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
Yeah, electric cables going bye-bye. And now what? Now I have tethers, so I don't need to separate the engine housing from the rest. What am I doing?
Deposit registered. Account credited.
Oh, this whole front is coming off together. That's actually slightly convenient. Yeah, I'll take that.
Warning. Oxygen reserves low.
Oxygen, huh?
Recommends regular gentle exercise to increase blood oxygen levels.
What am I going to cut? This one? Yeah. But structure, all right.
Oxygen reserves are critical. Reminder, employees are responsible for regulating
Oh no,
carbon dioxide
I
levels.
didn't want to do that. Oxygen, 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 and fuel.
Processing valuable objects. Credits awarded.
That's a poster. I think I want to ditch it for now. That's separated. All that's done. Is there? No.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit. Salvage goal obtained. Additional rewards assigned. Salvage secured. Applying credit. Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Don't burn the crisps.
account.
Oh no. No, 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 no. Got it. What else was flying? That, oh, that was something else. No, what's that? Furnace. Okay.
Processing object. Applying credits to account.
That goes there, that goes there. And what's next? I can zipper... Oh, I already zippered one of them. Let's do the next one.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
All right. You got 5 minutes left in this shift, Cutter, before they turn the lights out on you. We were out.
Am I missing anything? Oh, yep. There's a light.
Salvage registered.
And that light.
Transferring credits. Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
Getting pretty quick. Oh no. Too heavy.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
Look at that ugly cut.
Rewards allocated.
Take the rest of this together?
Warning.
I think I can.
Reserves are dropping.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
Oh, almost missed that. And that light.
Salvage secured.
3 minutes.
Credits deposited.
I think I got this. Let's leave those little lights for the end, because what are they? A couple thousand? 3,500? Yeah. Is there anything else that I care about on there? Probably not.
Raw material accepted.
Oops. There we go. All objectives. That's cool.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded. Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
No, no, no. Caught hold of the wrong thing. There we go.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Some of these are roleplay items that are not part of your objectives until later in the game. And they're very small, but they don't show up. So that's it. I finished the second ship with like a minute and a half, 2 minutes. No problem. crank up. And plot.
You have one incoming.
Hey, Rook. Do you ever think about starting your own business out there? You know, be your own boss? I swear, one day, I'll get a decent belt runner and make my own money. Maybe bring my old man along to help sniff out the good rocks. My dream is to tinker with ship designs. Maybe build some machinery to help with heavy-duty mining. Make it safer. If we ever both get out of here, I'd hire you in a heartbeat. If you don't end up coming with me, I hope you get to make your own way out there.
Oh, what?
Definitely ping me if you do.
Oh, the bike.
Blew out.
Be right back.
Good morning, shipbreaker. Lynx mandates a maximum of 8 hours of sleep. Any extra sleep time will be docked from the next pay cycle.
Okay. I left my bike blocking the car. Fixed. That was fast. 8.2 million in one day. Not bad at all. And I think... Did I unlock rank 5? I did. So... I need grapple range, first priority. Tether amount, maybe. Don't die. Save money. I don't need systems yet. Move faster. And yeah. Okay. All right. There's their priorities. Yo, base of PJ, how's it going? Yeah, I definitely enjoy this. I play this one to quote-unquote relax. Oh, this one, there's a big thruster. Can I clear this one as fast as I clear this one? I cleared this one. Oh no, I cleared a smaller one. 8.2 million in 15 minutes. Let's try this one. Another one of this. I mean, it's one Lynx token less, but I think I have a better chance of clearing all the goals in 15 minutes. PJ, you'll never guess. I had my RAM running at stock speeds, and actually turning it up one notch helped a bunch. Like this game was actually lagging on me really hard a few times. And with my RAM up to 2.4 gigahertz, it is delightfully snappy. And I do not get as many problems. Nice. Clean cut. You will love the plot of this game, by the way. That's why my subtitle is Unions in Space. Did I cut it? No, I didn't. Okay, good. That's why you use the stinger sometimes, because if you don't use the stinger, you could destroy stuff.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Explosive? No decompression explosion on this ship. That's not till later in the game. What's next? Oh, clear out the cockpit next. So, am I speedrun worthy on this game?
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
Cutter, your equipment durability is dropping. Keep an eye on it. You don't want to be dangling in the wind with busted tools. When you see it happening, head on back to the hab, use a repair kit to fix them up.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded. Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Ooh, I heard that. It actually hit my helmet just a little bit.
Deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Ooh, nice. And I didn't think that I could pick that door out, but I got it all the way.
Credits awarded.
All right. Why am I trying to hit that light? That's a little bit of a waste of time. Okay, get the top. Cut along the lines here. Structure. You know what? I'm supposed to cut those. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Destroy the fuel cell and pop it, bop it, twist it.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
And tether it.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred. Salvage accepted. Credit applied. Salvage goal cleared. Rewards allocated.
All right, what is left on this piece? Lights. And there's that thing. Very valuable.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits. Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Okay, can I lift this yet? No, I didn't cut it all yet.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Cut along the lines. Except here it gets trickier. That's valuable. Oh, that was the first time the game has hitched on me just a tiny bit. Oh, did I forget to cut the wiring? I think I might have cost myself about 4,000 if I forgot to cut that wiring. On the other side. And bop it. Tether it. Okay.
Object processed. Transferring credits.
You should be going to your home. Up is down.
Salvage deposited.
I forgot where my head was at.
Valuable object accepted for processing.
Okay, don't get nauseous on me, folks.
Your oxygen reserves are low.
Oxygen?
Excess carbon dioxide can cause damage to linked
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Oxygen? Oxygen.
Applying credit.
Oh, unpowered. Dang it. I shouldn't have detached that. Whoops. Difference between blue zone and green zone. The blue zone is for processor stuff like this carbon fiber thing, and the green zone is for complex electronics like that power cell and all the antenna stuff. It's like basically components that you can straight up reuse. That's the role-playing reason for your different collection zones. And it makes a fun game. Okay. And the red is for the really cheap, like, bulk aluminum that just melts down. And all the other scrap and stuff that you don't need to, Okay. What's next? Nope. Come on. There we go. Now, I have slightly screwed myself.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Because I did not detach the engine before I cut the power, or cut the control system. There's the power. Let's get that down. Class 1 reactor. Don't go boom. And here's a Class 1 thruster assembly. It's going to come out this way, I think. Come on. And I'm going to have to lose that processor structure, unfortunately. Because it's... I can't cut it without destroying it.
You're fixing to dot the I's and cross the T's.
5 minutes,
You
huh?
got about 5 minutes to do it. Weaver out.
Okay, Weaver. Well, let's try this. We will start tugging this hull into... Do I need more O2 and fuel? Yeah, let's go ahead and collect that now. And I need to cut this.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage deposit registered. Account credited. Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Yeah, the HUD does tell you where you're supposed to throw stuff.
Accepted for processing.
And I gotta hurry up. Cut this. That was a hand. That was my hand reaching out. I didn't mean to do that, but... Okay. Oh wait, is that furnace? Yeah, that's furnace. Oh no, this is barge. So what is the formula for that? Is that whole thing? No, that whole thing is... Oh, is furnace. I could have just let that go in the furnace. Oh, I hit my head.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
That's still attached. It's not. Furnace. Oh, there's an RP item that I can pick up. Two minutes.
Applying credit to account. Salvage goal obtained. Additional rewards assigned. Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Come on. Why are you stuck?
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Oh, come on.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credit
Down to the wire. 1 minute to go. I still have a big target to clear.
salvage registered. Transferring credit.
Don't clock myself with this.
Cutter, we're getting down to the wire. Let's put a bow on this shift.
Okay, I'm gonna spend some tethers.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
What's next? Almost everything's gone from this. I'm gonna have to use another tether.
Credits deposited.
30 seconds. Oh. Oh, that was it. Well, it's still a lot more points. Oh, I'm not going to make it. Maybe.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Did I get it? Well, no, I didn't. There was a lot more that I'd missed. But I got to rank up. So that's 1 rank per day so far. This is like speedrun territory, maybe. Oh, more intercom.
Howdy, Rook. So, this can be an awkward subject, but
Union plotline begins.
doesn't take great care of us.
Oh, I forgot the rabbit.
Maybe 100 years ago, workers like us
There's little toy rabbits that you collect, and I missed one.
And go toe-to-toe with the company. They'd argue for better wages, safer work, decent hours, that kind of thing. Lynx was actually part of getting rid of them. But some of us are trying to bring it back. I can tell you're a good person.
I'm gonna grab some
and
water.
a hard worker. The company will use you up. It's just built that way. So I thought you might be interested in the Union News Group. There are new messages every couple of days. Read them, don't read them, trash them, whatever. Just keep it on the down low. The others don't know about it. Weaver and Dee are a bit too by the book. Kaido is just too anxious. Poor kid. But I wanted you to have the info. I was glad someone gave it to me when I was new. Okay, spiel over. See you in the yard, Rook. Blue out.
You know what? I need to go back and get my bike. It's in the driveway right now, in the middle of Capitol Hill. Probably not a good idea. So let's quickly, while it's loading, I'm going to go get my bike. It won't take long. Equipment. Cool down, yep. Range. Charged. And I guess that's it. Oh, and what's about to break? Grapple, yeah. Okay, next ship. Next ship, that worked really well. Oh, 2 repair kits. Or 7 more points. And this one has cargo containers and 2 class 2 thrusters. That's a lot. Okay. Be right back.
Morning there, Cutter.
Morning, Rook. Oh, hot tip. You know all the supplies you can buy at the kiosk? You can actually scrounge a lot of that stuff for free from the ship.
Come on now, Lou. You know that's against the regs.
That's just because they want us to spend every penny at the company's store.
It's also not safe.
Oh, are they 3 thrusters on this?
What?
You know how long that stuff's been floating around and all that grime and dust?
They're vacuum sealed, Weaver.
Oh, probably well
Cut this
past
without
their
destroying anything?
Okay,
Yeah.
well, it's not like I'm saying to
Just gotta be
power
quick.
cells and flip them on the black market.
Look, Lou, I need you to try and follow the rules now, you hear?
Yeah, whatever, bud. Catch you later, Rook.
Don't destroy the cargo.
I encourage you not to hump any old can of oxygen you find, but if you do, please just monitor your vitals after. Oh, and for God's
Little hitch. That is a jump gate. Yep, that's a jump gate.
Weaver out.
Part of the charm of the game.
You know, no matter how many times I see that old railgate fire, it never ceases to amaze me.
Oh, they reacted to it the first time. Okay, what's next? Tether? Yeah, let's tether it. access panel. Oh. Did I really not correctly attach it? Boo. This is a fun one.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
That one and that one. Did that move yet? It did. Okay. Oh, do I have charged push? I think I do. Yes. Nice.
Salvage registered.
Clock's ticking now, Cutter. Get in there and hit that shut-off switch.
That's a bit. Is my FPS okay? Better. Fire bad. And this one's sometimes tricky and sometimes glitchy. If you don't pay attention, it could give you a crush bug.
Real satisfying when it comes apart like that, don't you think? I'll leave you to it from here. Weaver out.
There's a cat crying for some reason.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
I don't know that I'm going to get this in one go.
Salvage deposited.
These thrusters definitely take a lot of time. Here, fire bad. Oh, come on, another glitch. Okay. Is it time to turn up my... Is it time to turn up my memory a little bit more? Or am I just going to have to live with it? Oh.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Oh, don't go.
Deposit accepted for processing.
Okay, now the question is, can I get these in here efficiently?
Account credit applied.
I think I can. Sideways. Well, that's fun. This is taking time.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit. Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Is that? Nope. Not decompressible. That's furnace. No, is that all? No, just some of it.
Warning.
What part is furnace?
Low. Note that oxygen costs can be reduced through good breathing practices.
That is thruster, 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 oxygen.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
Where is it going? All right. Yeah, there's something about the rhythm of it too, where you can, after enough practice, you just know when the cuts are done. There's a few like higher frequencies that help with it that I can just barely hear because I'm old. So, is that? Oh, that airlock is. Watch this. No, no squish me. No, no squish, no squish. We're good. Oh, something's in the way. Oh, I didn't, Yammy. Sorry, Yammy. Cat's no good for speedrunning.
Cutter, shift's got about 5 minutes left in her. Let's make them
Yeah,
count.
I'm not finishing this in one shift.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Oh, come on.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Okay, that's not so bad. Go in clean. Don't die. That is a physics bug. You should not be able to generate that much rotational momentum. I think it's the biggest cheat in the game. Let's rip out this cockpit. Make as much profit while we can.
Salvage goal reached. Rewards assigned.
Oh, come on. Still attached.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
What's the fastest way to access the inner hull of this thing? I think it just might be cutting through the cockpit. I'm not going to do it in 2.5 minutes, though. Yami, no, don't. Well, cat's on my desk now.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Yeah, you're proud of yourself, huh?
Oxygen reserves are low. Reminder, asphyxiation.
I think I'm out of oxygen, too.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Yami. Such a troublemaker, Yami. Okay. Nice. That's all coming apart. Question is, what can I do down here? There it is.
Warning. Critical oxygen levels detected.
Hey, is that oxygen? I think it is.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
Get this reactor out.
Salvage deposit registered.
1 minute left till the end of the line, Cutter. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
So 37M and 30L.
Salvage registered.
And the question is,
Transferring credit.
is it worth it to do this or the smaller one?
Salvage secured. Credit deposited.
And I don't know how to zip these apart like the other ones. Oh, there we go, 5 seconds. $6 million in one shift isn't bad, especially if I can clear the other 12 in the second shift.
Cutter 9346-52. Your designated sleep period is now over. Have a great day.
No, that's not enough. Oh, hey, Relly. Sorry I missed you. I am playing on, I'm playing on hardcore right now.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
Yep. My cat is just a menace right now.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied. Salvage deposit accepted. Credit
No,
transferred.
no, no! I got it.
Salvage deposit registered.
Oh no, I threw it underneath the... I threw it underneath the barge, accidentally.
Valuable object accepted for processing. Salvage
I will literally play this hardcore, basically as a speedrunner. You cat. God. He just scattered all my business cards. Little orange cat. One brain cell. Shared with all the other orange cats in the world.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded. Salvage registered. Transferring credit.
Wait, where are you going? That is not cut all the way through.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Salvage secured. Credit
Let's do this thruster now.
Thruster dangerously unstable. Proceed with caution.
I just got word that I get to do a cool show. Cool show on November 3rd. No, don't burn.
Links recommend maintaining a safe distance from flammable items.
Nothing that I'm going to brag about until after it happens. Not the usual client, I think. Or maybe it is. I mean, it's the same studio that I'm usually shooting with.
Applying credits to account.
Warning. Fuel levels are low.
I hate when these get stuck. That's probably the worst. So let's do extra force just to make sure they don't get stuck. Yeah, if this gets stuck on the side there, I will be upset. Why did that not pull?
Tether supplies are low.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited. Salvage registered. Transferring credits. Salvage deposit registered.
Oh, thanks. If no one else has seen it, I've got the soy face meme as my card. Sneeze. Got it. Got it in time. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed your TwitchCon. It was great seeing you and the rest of the TwitchPaul folk. Tell Rhizome that his lighting in his studio does not match reality. That's my only excuse. One last tether. Okay, I'm going back for more tethers.
Cutter, looks like you used your last tether. Head on over to the kiosk to pick up some more.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000. Thank you for your
Oxygen. I did not see oxygen in there. I did see fuel. Oh, come on. Don't do that to me.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Object accepted for processing. Credit
Just a light.
Salvage goal met. Rewards will be paid.
What next?
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
Fuel levels restored.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
That's a role-playing item. Can't pick up yet.
Credit applied.
Not till the next rank, I think.
Accepted for processing. Object processed. Transferring credits. Salvage.
Yeah, repair kits are worth 0 credits because you won't pay me for them. And one more. Here it is. But repair kits are saving me money.
Processing object. Applying credits to account.
Well, that's oxygen. Oh, why the fuck did I do that? Oh, come on. Burn. No! I'm gonna kill myself in this game. I'm talking about the game. Come on. I'm talking about the game. Alright.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Actually kill yourself by burning or crushing. Oh, this one I don't need to be so careful.
This is your 5-minute warning, Cutter.
5?
5 minutes left. We were out.
Jeez. Okay. Oh, now I get to tether stuff. Not that. This. And this. Nope. There we go. Did I miss one over here too? Now it should start moving. Please start moving. Oh, you jerk. Yeah. I don't think I'm going to finish this one. I'm going to get a lot of it, but not all of it.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Cutter, your gear's getting low. It's gonna start fighting you if you don't head back to the hab and make some repairs.
Salvage
Oh, that's a
secured.
bunny.
Account credit
Oh,
applied.
a bear.
Deposit accepted for processing.
Door, don't care.
Processing object. Applying credits to account. Salvage goal achieved. Rewards allocated.
Need to, need to spin this. That's what I need to do.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Salvage secured. Applying credit. Salvage registered.
Oh, that was it. I got all of them.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
1 minute left, Cutter.
Okay, let's get this thing in
Wrap
there.
things up.
Oh no. What? That's gonna catch, isn't it? Yeah, that was almost a fail. Check that out.
Raw material deposited.
Now what am I throwing away? Not too much. Get in there.
Salvage deposit confirmed.
Oh yeah.
Applying credit.
I'll live with that. Oh no.
Processing valuable object. Credit.
Probably missed what? Oh, I missed 3, 4, 5%. I'll take it. That was good. Yep.
Good morning, ship.
All right, folks.
Oh, okay, plot. Plot time.
Everyone put down what you're doing and have a listen.
Maybe they're going to give us some holiday time. That'd be awesome.
That would be a first. Probably just another Polson kid getting a cushy exec job.
Hush up now, y'all.
This is an important message to all Link Salvage Division employees. It's come to our attention, thanks to a very loyal member of our family, that there has been talk about forming a shipbreakers
Wasn't me.
union.
It wasn't me.
A union is a dangerous thing, where extensive fees are extracted for so-called representation of your workers' rights. At Lynx, our top priority is already your well-being. This is why union activity is strictly prohibited by your contract, for your own protection. To safeguard you and your work, we are immediately dispatching an administrator to every salvage sector. This administrator will oversee operations and ensure proper employee conduct. They are authorized to correct worker behavior by any means, and they'll remain in place until we can guarantee
By any means.
company-wide integrity. Until then, remember, the company is your family. The union is your enemy. Thank you.
Whoa.
No
I'm getting a little sussed out by that lady.
A union? I haven't heard anything about that. Have you?
Of course
Question
not.
is, who
Probably happening
ratted them
around the
out?
Martian districts. They always been quarrelsome.
You heard anything like that, Lou?
Sorry, I should have used my
no.
cough button.
Hey, Weaver, do you know when our administrator's showing up?
Week, maybe. Coming all the way from HQ with Jupiter Gate. When they get here, we'll need to be on our best behavior.
Oh, great.
Nothing to fret about, all right? But they are going to be checking everything. Salvage logs, transmission records, operational efficiency.
Oh, great.
You'll be fine, Kai. It's not a performance review.
Lou's right. Now, let's just try and keep our heads down and weather this storm together. See y'all in the yard.
Unskippable. Come on.
Hey,
Oh.
don't worry. This is a closed channel. There won't be a log. Well, looks like things might get a bit difficult around here. They're gonna
I
try
wonder
to
if
make our lives
Lou
hell.
did it
Don't worry.
herself.
Just having access to
That's
the
my
union
theory.
group
Lou
doesn't
is an
make you a full-time member.
accelerationist.
Besides,
And, it,
no one from corporate
and
has
I guess
access.
we'll see where it ends up.
But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little nervous. If anything happens, I'll make sure nothing comes down on you.
Because it wasn't me.
Flew out.
I'm a voiceless actor in the game. Okay, let's do some plot. Actually, let me upgrade and then we'll do some plot. This one need repair. Heat capacity. Fuel capacity. Braking. Objects. And that's it. Okay. Plot. What do we have here? Oh, that's the hazards and ship catalog. Salvage goals. Lynx encourages employees to aim for salvaging as much material as possible on all provided ships in order to maximize the value of the ships provided. Everything important and good in this world comes with a price. Each privileged person who joins our family to become a shipbreaker comes with significant costs. Fortunately, Lynx shoulders the burden of these costs temporarily in order to let you hit the ground running and begin training stress-free. The cost sharing is handled through our innovative Employee Financial Relief Program. This program covers all essential onboarding costs and fees, including the costs of training and equipment borrowed from Lynx Salvage. Also included is the fees for the EverWork Asset Replacement Program, which enables safe, unlimited career progression and growth through the power of Lynx technology. In return, as your skills and expertise grow, all the value that you earn as a shipbreaker will be automatically deducted from the amount you owe to the Financial Relief Program. This ensures that the borrowed amount is paid off as quickly as possible, so you can get on with building yourself a brighter future. That's a load of horse shit. This is a company store. You just reinvented the company store, you freaking technologist. Structure mode, certifications, spares and you, safeguarding your career growth. In 2291, when Lynx rolled out the life-changing EverWork Asset Replacement Program to their employees, we achieved what other companies have not, making work safer and allowing learning and growth without the risk of permanent death. With a noble profession such as shipbreaking, unplanned death is a natural part of the job, and our shipbreakers have bravely faced the often arduous challenges and risks of their important work. However, Lynx cares about the well-being and growth of our family. The introduction of the EverWork spares to replace damaged or destroyed bodies allows you to fail safely, ensuring another day in the yard and another shot at improving your skills. For only a minimal fee, sophisticated monitoring systems in your suit will watch out for excessive bodily harm, triggering generation of a spare upon unfortunate workplace mishaps. An array of neural recorders in your helmet transfer your presence seamlessly to the new spare. This process is mostly bearable, and recent advancements have even removed grief-related downtime, effectively eliminating the need for recovery time between transfers. Getting access to our spares technology is simple. Our onboarding procedure includes the collection of your genetic data safely stored in our secure servers. From the moment you join us, you no longer need to worry about expiring before your time. Death is a fresh start. Presence Transfer Protocol has a 0.001% margin of error due to solar interference, signal strength, subject state of mind, the moment of transfer, and other factors. Over very long periods of time, this may result in an identity shift, a medically benign process with minimal impacts on the subject's working ability. Blah, blah, blah. You forgot your phone unlock. Oh, no. That's terrible. And... oh, okay, so here's some more plot. Hey, Rook. Just wanted to say, I'm impressed how quick you're picking things up. Not sure what kind of work you've done before, but you're a natural cutter. You probably noticed Lynx doesn't exactly take great care of us. I don't blame them. They don't really have a reason to. Up until about 100 years ago, workers like us would make groups called unions and fight for better wages, safer work, decent hours, that kind of thing. Basically, balance things so people don't just get exploited to hell. Lynx was actually the key in getting rid of all that. Actually, the character read this before. I don't need to read it again. Oh, Group undisclosed, sender undisclosed. Thank you for signing up for the Salvage Workers Union or Unite newsletter. We are happy you're here. As our group grows, so does the ability to affect positive change for all shipbreakers. As a reminder, the activities of this group are only for authorized members. Please respect the mission and the privacy of your fellow members and do not share outside the group. We wish to improve work conditions and ensure the voices of shipbreakers are heard and respected. We intend to coordinate with a stellar commission to start negotiations with the company around policy changes. Here are the key demands we intend to bring forward. Cancel the debt, workplace safety, investigate contract clauses. Thank you again for joining us. Solidarity is strength. We are on the path to improve all our lives. Mom and Pop Recycling Shop. Blah, 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 blah. That's interesting. Kip and Goethe's great-great-grandson, Jonas Schlesinger, became the CEO. Jonas ran the company without much interest or promise. 4 short years later, industrialist, philanthropist, and great innovator Exeter Paulson saw opportunity in the modesty company. It was time for it to be placed in the right hands. After a brief negotiation period, Exeter took over the operation in 2208, combining all of his many holdings and interests into one company. That sounds great, like Monopoly. Cancel the debt. And contract clauses. The company owns any and all intellectual property for any inventions or artistic creations made by their workers. This is actually a current problem. Were you aware that by signing the contract you agreed to not have any body modifications done, such as piercings, tattoos, or contraceptive devices? Ooh. Company has free reign over when to terminate you to cook a new spare from the system, and that there are no regulations or provisions in place for when that should occur. They can literally do it for any reason. Or that the continued use of dysfunctional spare is purely at the discretion of the company. Not to mention the policy on toilet breaks, being a whopping 28 pages long. Wow. That sounds like a nice little, what would I call it? A little trivia. 28 pages of toilet regulations. Okay. New shift. New. Okay, this one. 37, huh? That one's 37. This one's 37. Could I finish this in one? Maybe. This has a class 2, no, class 1 reactor. And one class 2 thruster? No, that's not right. Oh, yeah. Class 2 thruster. Quasar thruster. Let's try this one.
Morning, folks. How y'all holding up? I have a question. What? Hello? You're... I can't hear you, Kaido.
Kai, try switching to another frequency and then back again.
Can you hear me now? I hear you.
Hey, okay. I have a question. What's this administrator gonna do?
They're being countered. Waste our time with productivity reports.
Oh, they've come here before?
Sure, loads of times. Profits drop, they send someone. Accidents go up, they send someone.
Barge?
Sometimes
Barge.
they just send someone to find out if they need to send someone.
Let's get these done quick.
Big deal, Kai.
You heard right, Paulson. I guess they're just snooping around for union stuff. Right?
Yeah. Gonna be here a week, tops. These types have the attention span of a gopher. They'll move on pretty quick.
What's a gopher?
What? Boy, you better come visit sometime on Mars when you're done here.
One day, we'll all go see them gophers and whatnot. Keep that front of mind and don't fret none. Carry on now. Weaver out.
Oh. Oh well. I'm just gonna blow it. Whoa, whoa. Volcano. is up next? Nothing. Good. Okay. Let's slice this thing open. Processor. Oh, come on. Not bad.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred. Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Oh, that was not necessary. Oh well. Last cut. Nope, still a few more down here. Still connected to. Oh no, don't do that.
Deposit accepted for processing. Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Should be an airlock. There it is. Really? Bye, airlock.
Salvage registered. Transfer
Nope,
credit.
nope, 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 nope. That was expensive.
Valuable object
What's
accepted
next?
for processing.
Reactor? O2. Oh, there's one. There's two. Okay, it's time to go.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Yep, out of breath. I got it.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
Deposit accepted for processing. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
I think you can actually hurt yourself by boosting something into the back of your head. I don't remember if I've done it, but looks like it's possible. There we go. These are all barge items. As long as I don't cut them open.
Object processed. Transferring credits. Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Cutter, shift clock says 5 minutes left. You know what to do. Weaver out.
Yeah, not finishing this in 5 minutes. Maybe.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Wait. Did I miss something? How are these connected? Furnace. Come on. Messing around here. Oh, Y cancels as well. That's useful. Wait, what's happening? Oh. My keyboard's off. I'm off by a letter.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account. Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Oh, no. Bad tether.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
What am I missing? Oh, that's it.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Cutter, you're out of tethers. Get yourself over to the kiosk.
Out of tethers.
Applying credits to account. Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
1 minute left, Cutter. I'd say get a move on, but you know that already.
Is this my first shift on this? I guess it was.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Being out of tethers, I'm definitely not going to finish it. Not a bad job. Just
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
can I get the good stuff? No, it's too late.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
Too late. Oof. I've had worse shifts. I think it's time for me to get back to Star Trek. Yeah, before I get slaughtered in PvP or something.
Hello, Shipbreaker 9346-52. Lynx would like to share the following inspirational message. Make the most of your shift by fanning the tiny sparks of effort into flames of profitability.
Flames of profitability. I do not even have enough points to unlock much. Okay. We're gonna go... There we are. We'll play some Star Trek. And then wind down and then what? Probably raid into someone for the evening shows. It's Friday. There we go. What do I need to do here? I did not spend those wisely. Oops. I confused my... in the two games. Missions to start. Change our subtitle. And update our Command. Oh yeah, someone ganked me when I was trying to do my dailies. Some hobo. Absolute clown of a player who does not believe in rules of engagement. I guess we'll catch up with him later. And this bug is still bothering me. Comp and a cloaking mission. Build speed? Yeah, let's do that. Okay. What am I going to speed up? We need some tunes. Get some tunes going. Oh, I didn't need to collect that. Oh, I didn't want to collect that. Arrgh. See, this one's going to be difficult to complete. And what do I got here? Oh, there's a ship one. Yeah, limited time ship event. I want to do that. Let's get this done before I get ganked again. Health attack happening. Need to spend all that, but oh well. I really want to level up the botany base so that I can farm faster. I'm gonna go here to farm. Well, who wants? Does anyone want to call in? Let me drop a link, and we can do some call-ins. Call-ins on my channel are of course brought to you by ping.gg, and I was happy to do some work for Ping this TwitchCon. If you want to call in, you can hit up this link, ping.gg/call/yourenvironmentseattle. Aggro. I miss it? Or is it going to kill me without seeing it? Alright, so the dailies I want to finish are finished. Maybe I want to grind with this ship. Yeah, I need to get its level up. And I don't want to spend ship XP on this because it's a combat ship. So I will I'll take it to a place where I can grind, and Dory is a good one. Is it? Yeah, and Dory is a good one. I should advertise call-ins. And I should switch back to just chatting, huh? Green energy a scam? Well, what's green about it? What is green? Is nuclear green? Gotta consider what the label means. Because when you're sold green energy, you're sort of sold not the correct bill of goods. Right, it's a buzzword. I mean, clean energy, that's actually what we want. We want clean energy, which means non-emitting energy. That's what climate is about, right? So you can't sell one thing to solve a different thing's, problem. If you want clean energy, non-emitting energy, then that's the solution, right? You want to reduce emissions, so use non-emitting energy. We can talk about life cycle emissions, of course. Oh man. My ship is too slow to catch the messenger ship. Sorry, I was checking out the show that I'm gonna do some TD work for. Green is objectively useful. The real use is to see who's using it to mean something, and then you know who is either just clueless or trying to scam. It depends on the definition, right? And so if your definition of green is not the same as the definition of non-emitting energy, then what are we fighting about? What are we trying to accomplish? What's the goal? Is the goal a lifestyle or a symbol, or is it, is it going to be based on metrics like how much emissions does your energy source have? That's the difference. But yeah, it is the cool down portion of the stream, so I don't mind people leaving. Let's single men. So I'm going to raid Not So Erudite, and she is talking about single men is trending. Of course, this is the phenomena that men being single, or you know, older virginal men. I mean, we saw it decades ago in Japan. Is that now occurring globally? Yep. Let's open Chatterino. Where's Chatterino now? I'll just raid from my channel. Maybe. Mass transport to Japan. Not in general a bad thing. So thank you all for your time today. I had a great 5-6 hour stream. I was playing around, having a relaxing day. Hopefully it was good for you. And we got some time in. We got some stats improved. Might think about signing affiliate. We'll find out. So here we go to Not So Erudite.